address the topic of relations between Russia and Africa in such issues as broadcasting, telecommunication. Today, within the framework of this event, we are having our long-standing partner, President of the Global TV Cameroon, Mafate Sin, who has been our long-standing partner in promoting our agenda in Central and Western Africa. And we are confronting new challenges together. Therefore, we would like to hear today not only positive experience, but also some problems, ideas, issues that you are being confronted with. It is most important to ensure that those who want to disrupt the friendly relations between Russia and Africa, it is important to ensure that these malicious efforts fail. Africa for Russia.
Хочу подчеркнуть, что к 2050 году здесь будет производиться до 10% ВВП, а на население превысит 2,8 миллиардов человек. Это очень емкий и заинтересованный в сотрудничестве с нами рынок. И пока африканский континент переживает бурную трансформацию, скидывая остатки колониальных оков, нам с вами принципиально важно заложить прочные основы наших отношений на десятилетия вперед ради процветания будущего поколения России и Африки. Спасибо.
Thank you, Alexei. Now it's pleasure for us to welcome Alexander Novikov, Project Manager at the Alexander Gorchakov Public Diplomacy Fund, Moscow, Russia.
On the side of the Gorchakov Fund, let me greet all of you as participants, experts, and organizers of this event. It's really a pleasure that you all have time, passion, and eagerness to join this expert meeting because we do need this expert discussion and very practical talk about Russia-Africa image in the current world. So I represent the Gorchakov Fund. We're quite a young organization. We were established 15 years ago, and we work under the business of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and our main aim is to maintain and facilitate public diplomacy of the Russian Federation. So the very idea that our states and governments work quite closely to each other, but sometimes peoples in wide masses, they are not that well connected as we would wish. And our main goal is to build bridges between the academia, between journalists, between peoples of different professions. And here we support on the African directions many educational programs talking of our joint legacy, our common legacy during the Soviet times, educational programs during the modern Russia era. Also, we organize many short-term publishings for foreign specialists, including Africa, back in Moscow, where young talented journalists, actors, international relations scientists come to Russia, come to Moscow for several weeks, and then they study in our best institutions, such as the Sectional University, such as INTIMO, Addis, which is our best university for actors, and so on. So this fellowship is called Inter-Russia, and it is one of our tools that Russia has to build bridges between the young professionals in different fields. So we are very glad that we have this opportunity and we have these great partners that have decided to organize this excellent platform for journalists, where we not only talk about our achievements, about our friendship and how it is being realized, but we also going to talk about prospects and problems. We see that Russia and Africa have really great relations. They are warriors, we have a gorgeous past, but still we need to embody this cooperation. We need to feel it with personal connections, with these soul touches, so to speak, with emotions, with understanding of our cultures. And we must admit that sometimes Russia and Africa are misperceived in our countries. And sometimes it is good, sometimes it is bad. And I believe the point is that we should not represent our countries or traditions completely, extremely from the positive side. We need the true picture, because on this trust, on these true emotions and understandings of advantages and disadvantages, we can revitalize and even deeper our friendship and cooperation. So let me encourage all of us to be involved in discussing all of the problems that we have, all of the prospects that we can get, all of our desires and wishes. Because I believe that there is far more in the world that unites Russia and Africa than separates them. So let us be bold and let us discuss all of these issues. And let me once again thank the organizers for their eagerness and really true love for Africa. Let me thank all of the journalists from Russia and the whole African continent that came here, and of course the Ethiopian land that welcomes us here so warmly. Great. Welcome you all, and let us have a productive forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander.
And we are going to the second part, to the analytical reports of our forum. And I would like to introduce you the moderators of our forum, Sergei Galanin, IMBRICS Forum Advisor to the Chairman of the Organizing Committee. Sergei, welcome here to the stage. Victoria Budanova, Head of the Department of Work with African Countries, Sputnik Africa. So, yeah.
Hello, dear guests. I hope you hear me well. Happy to see you here and happy to moderate this session of analytical reports that will be presented by our guests, African journalists as well as Russian journalists. You know, this event, International Forum of Journalists Russia-Africa, the Way of Friendship and Cooperation, is organized with the support of the Gorchakov Fund. And what is worth mentioning here is that Alexander Gorchakov is not only an eminent diplomat of the Russian Empire, who left a great impact on the Russian diplomacy in the 19th century, but also, he was a friend of Alexander Pushkin, the famous Russian poet. We love him a lot. And his great-grandfather was originally from Ethiopia. And this is a great symbol today to meet you here in Addis Ababa and to meet journalists from different African countries, because Ethiopia, as you know, it's like a... Yes. Mr. Khalili, you are welcome.
Thank you. So good morning. So I'll try to speak much louder. As you have been introduced, I am Halili Letea. I am from Tanzania, a data and insight lead with Mwananchi Communications Limited, one of the leading media company in Tanzania there. Mwananchi is mother of 3 main newspaper and online platform. We have Mwananchi, that is the Swahili, because of course our main language there is Swahili. We have the Citizen, that is the English version, and Mwana Sport, that is specifically for sports. So we are traditionally from print, but of course we also have online platform for specific outlets, but also social media and so on. So it's good to be ready to start this significance analysis on the image of Russia in the Tanzania media landscape. And of course, we have done the analysis just in the past 1.5 years, from January 2024 to April 2025, to see the presence in Tanzania traditional and digital media, how they portray Russia. Through an extensive analysis of newspaper, television, online platform, and digital diplomatic outreach, one thing became clear, that Russia is largely portrayed in positive or neutral tones. Russia today is seen not just a distant global power, but as a historic friend, a partner in education and technology, a promoter of multipolarity, and an advocate of sovereignty and mutual respect. So allow me to walk you through key findings in this analysis of done. First, a bit of historic context between Tanzania and Russia. The bond between the two countries, Tanzania and Russia, stretched back early 1960s, during the era of liberation and post-colonial nation buildings. The Soviet Union offered crucial support to Tanzania independent efforts and the broader African liberation movement. This foundation of solidarity has not been forgotten. In today's media narratives, these historical ties are frequently invoked to frame Russia as a long-standing Tathos ally. For instance, articles like "Russia remain Africa partner" in the Daily News. Daily News is one of the national newspaper, an English version, and another article in Swahili, mkutano wa Urusi na Afrika, ushirikiano wa kihistoria, that is a Russia and Africa meeting, historic partnership. This was reported in the Mwananchi platform, emphasized the Russia support during decolonization, a powerful reminder of Russia's legacy in Africa. Similarly, exhibitions such as Urusi na Afrika, that is Russia and Africa, organized by the Russia Embassy in Dar es Salaam earlier this year, vividly portray the shared struggle and victories that continue to unite our two nations. Another thing is on political and diplomatic engagements. Russia diplomatic activities are frequently highlighted by Tanzanian media in positive lights. Notable events like the creation of Tanzania-Russia Intergovernmental Commission for Trade and Economic Cooperation, and the opening of Tanzania Honorary Consul in St. Petersburg have been well covered across major outlets in Tanzania like The Citizen, another Tanzania outlet, The Chanzo, and the Sputnik Africa. The work of Ambassador Henry, including his meeting with Tanzania officials to promote culture, education, and sporting ties, reinforce an image of Russia as an engaged, respectful partner. Additionally, Russia messaging around non-interference and support for multipolar world resonates strongly in Tanzania. Whether it is through Russia-Africa Summit or bilateral meeting, the emphasis of sovereignty equally and mutual respect finds a very respective audience here. Another thing is on economic cooperation. Through Russia economic cooperation footprint in Tanzania is still, although economic footprint is still growing in Tanzania, media reports show significant progress. For instance, among the most reported story was on imports between Tanzania and Russia, which of course is more than doubled in the year 2021-2022 from Tanzanian shillings 303.2 billion to 778.4 billion. That is approximately from 112.9 million USD to 289.64 million. That's more than double. The increase reflects expanding trade in energy, agriculture, infrastructure, and tourism. Coverage on meetings between Russia and Tanzania officials, for instance, between the Prime Minister of Tanzania, Kassim Majaliwa, and the Minister Maxim of Russia, portray Russia as a partner keen on mutual economic growth, not just dominance. Moreover, Russia proposal to trade in national currencies bypassing the US dollar have been warmly received, particularly given Tanzania aspiration to diverse its economic partner. In the past 2 or 3 years, we have, most of international trade there is performing US dollar, and we have a dollar crisis in most countries in East Africa. So the Tanzania government tried to diversify by allowing other means of exchange. So this is among the news that mostly reported in Tanzania, outlets, Tanzania media. Another thing is on the role in education and technology. Tanzania youth are the torchbearers of future cooperation. Here, Russia shines brightly in Tanzania media through its scholarship program, technical partnership, and scientific collaborations. Publications such as the one in The Citizen celebrate initiatives like Russia Scholarship Open Doors for Tanzania students. And another publication by Habari Leo. This Habari Leo is another national outlet. Report reportedly on engagement between Tanzania Atomic Energy Commission and Russia Rosatom for peaceful nuclear research. Through such engagement, Russia project itself has contributed to Tanzanian knowledge, economy, and technological advancement. Another thing is on cultural and environmental initiatives. The Russia Culture Center in Dar es Salaam is an active hub for language classes, film festivals, and exhibition that build bridge between the peoples of our nation. In the environmental sector, the Russia-Tanzania Environmental Forum held in August last year stand up. It brought over 130 participants from national park, As we know, in Tanzania, about 40% of our land are reserved land, and most of them are reserved for conservation in national park. We have larger national park like the Serengeti National Park, Ngorongoro National Park, Mikumi, Tarangire, and the others. Also the Kilimanjaro National Reserve Authority. That's where the largest mountain in Africa, Kilimanjaro, is. So this meeting, which was participated by over 130 people from national park universities and the ecological organization, discussing marine biodiversity and the conservation strategies, was also reported widely by our media. Through such effort, reported widely by outreach like the Sputnik Africa, Russia commitment to global environment protection was on full display. Another thing is on tourism development. Tourism is another vibrant area of exploration. Tanzania welcomed over 1.5 million foreigners in 2024. That, of course, is an increase from around 1.1 million the year before, with Russia representing a growing segment on this floor, particularly to Zanzibar, island located in eastern Tanzania. Initiative like accepting Russia MRI payment card in Tanzania, widely reported in daily news and the Citizen newspaper, were designed to facilitate easier transaction and make Tanzania even more attractive to Russia tourists. These two showcase Russia's practical contribution to Tanzania economic diversification. Another thing is on digital diplomacy. The Russian embassy in Dar es Salaam has embraced digital platforms like Facebook, X, formerly Twitter, and Instagram. Hosts are celebrating bilateral relations, Tanzania holidays, and the scholarship are widely shared and positively received. This outreach strategy has helped Russia maintaining relevance, especially among young Tanzania who are active online. One interesting fact about Tanzania internet usage is that statistics from the Tanzania Regulatory Authority, Tanzania Telecommunication Regulatory Authority, show that about 60% of Tanzania who use the internet are using social media. And I'm talking about 40 to 50 million Tanzania. This shows how most of people use the internet active on social media, and most of the content shared there are positively welcomed by this population. Threads on Jamii Forum, another Tanzania media, and coverage by Mwananchi revealed that many Tanzania view Russia favorably, particularly appreciating its advocates for sovereignty, economic partnership, and global polarity. Yet, despite all those positive coverage, there are challenges. Russia's media presence remain less dominant as compared to countries like China and the United States. Of course, China commands the headline through larger scale infrastructures that they are implementing, like the standard gauge railway that is currently under construction. Also, the United States appear in many news about democratic promotion and health support. Of course, Russia, in comparison, appear primarily around major diplomatic, education, and environmental events, suggesting a somewhat sporadic visibility. Other challenges include limited Russian investments compared to China in language barriers. And the fact that Tanzania younger generation may not carry the same emotional memories of our historic cooperation since 1960s might also be a problem. By concluding, Russia enjoys a largely positive image in Tanzania. It sees a historic friends, it sees as a historic friends, an education and technological partner, a champion of sovereignty, and an advocate for fairer global order. However, to deepen sustain this positive image, Russia must expand its cross-route engagement, broaden its economic partnership, and continually invest in long-term people-centered initiative. The story of Tanzania and Russia is one built a shared struggle, mutual respect, and evolving cooperation. And if the current trend in our media space are anything to go by, the future of this partnership holds great promise for both our nations. Okay, thank you for your attention. That's fine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khalil Letea. Me, as representative of Russian media, Sputnik Africa, I was very interested in your reports because we see Tanzania as our next place for our representation, official representation. It is supposed to be in Swahili because we know that Tanzanians don't like English, do they?
No, of course, you know, Tanzania, our main language is Swahili. And mostly of us speak only Swahili. Compared with the other East African countries like Kenya, they speak Swahili, but also they have some English, they speak some English, but that is different in Tanzania. Okay.
A little bit louder,
yeah,
please.
Okay, that's different in Tanzania. We prefer mostly Swahili, and if you want a widely coverage, you want a widely reach to people, of course, you have to come in Swahili. Yeah. So our Swahili is the most spoken language there. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, we will do it. And my question is, how could Russian agencies and outlets contribute to the media landscape in Tanzania? What are your expectations from us in terms of topics, in terms of narratives, and so on?
Yeah, as I've mentioned in my presentation, there are things that attract more people. For instance, now in Tanzania, what is our biggest problem? We have things like unemployment. Yeah, we have unemployment, low rate of employment rates. And we have a larger population of young people. For instance, about 70% of Tanzania, according to the recent population census of 2022, about 70% of Tanzania are less than 18. And this is a larger population of people who are dependent. So what this population needs is they need jobs, they need hope. So what I can add.
So you propose us to hire them?
Yeah, I'm not saying you hire them. What I'm trying to say that we have to invest in education issues, investment, scholarship that will attract this population to those areas. And as I have introduced myself, I'm a data and insight lead. I do content analysis. Among the most read story in our platforms that contain education issue, but also employment issue. If you post something about scholarship, about employment, it will reach many people. So what I can advise is how you take that as an opportunity as Russia. Can you invest in this area? I believe we can attract more and you can get more coverage. And of course, you can reach many Tanzanians.
And as for global affairs, is the population of Tanzania interested in?
Yeah, sure, not that much. We have our own problems. Although there are global issues, but we also have our own. Few months after that, we faced challenge on wheat, so that has implication on food sector. So that directly affected us, and that's when most Tanzania started to realize that these international issues also affect us.
Yeah.
Although that issue again was somewhat resolved.
On our resources, we explain such kind of things, these events and the impact of the events and so on. So I hope it will be interesting for everybody.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I don't know if Sergey. Yes.
Thank you so much for your speech. I don't have question. I have a story. You mentioned then the honorary consul in St. Petersburg works. Oh no, yeah. I know him personally. He's a great man. He's doing a big work, and I want to tell for everyone that in 2023, during the Russia-Africa summit in St. Petersburg, we opened a House of Africa in the basement of the honorary consulate of Tanzania. So it was a big issue for us. And the second story and some arrangement, as I know, in St. Petersburg, there is ethnography and anthropology museum of Russian Academy of Science, which is known as Kunstkamera. So as I know, Kunstkamera is planning to arrange a 5-year expedition to Tanzania from this summer to find approvals of presence of the first Russian official who reached Tanzania in 19th century, a member of Russian Geographical Society, Juncker. So they will go. They are a little bit afraid. So, I hope maybe you will help them and tell people in your mass media about the stories about Russians who trying to find another Russians in Tanzania. So thank you very much, and our friendship is developing between St. Petersburg and Tanzania and Russia too. Thank you.
Sure.
Now we will move to Guinea. I hope we have the representative of this country here. Yes. We would like to invite him, Mr. Sir Martin Fonsinanduno, who is journalist reporter of Images TV Coloma, RTG TV, radio-télévision guinéenne. Hein? Permettez-moi de vous de vous dire bonjour et merci beaucoup. J'espère que Rodion va traduire. Donc, je voudrais en fait commencer par rappeler que la Guinée fait partie de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, où les processus très intéressants ont lieu actuellement, par exemple avec la création de l'Alliance des États du Sahel. Et on sait bien que les pays autour, les pays voisins sont très intéressés à aussi coopérer avec cette alliance qui fait des progrès, qui montre des progrès. Et ici, comme vous savez, en fait, il y avait récemment la rencontre des ministres des Affaires étrangères de l'Alliance avec le ministre Lavrov à Moscou. C'était une rencontre sans précédent. Et dans ce contexte, comment voyez-vous l'image de la Russie en Afrique de l'Ouest et dans votre pays? On va passer la parole au traducteur.
Okay.
So briefly, I will tell it in English also that we observe now in West Africa different interesting processes with the creation of the Confederation of States of Sahel, and we saw a meeting of ministers of foreign affairs of this alliance and Mr. Lavrov in Moscow. It was a symbolic meeting 2 weeks ago, and in this context, I asked Mr. Samartin how does he see the relationships and the image of Russia in West Africa and in his country in particularly.
Mesdames et messieurs, chers organisateurs, bonjour. Je suis très heureux de participer à ce grand rendez-vous international de promotion et de partage d'expériences des grands prospères, l'amitié et fructueuse entre la Russie et l'Afrique. Au nom de mon pays, la République de Guinée, dont la capitale est Conakry, et au nom de la grande famille médiatique de Guinée, je vous reste reconnaissant personnellement à Madame Valéria, mon interprète, que je n'ai cessé d'embêter à travers certains désagréments, parfois nourris par moi-même. Mon exposé va s'articuler autour d'une démarche ou d'un canevas pour expliquer en quelques mots les fondements de la coopération russo-guinéenne. Une coopération pour laquelle toutes les couches socio-professionnelles devront œuvrer pour sa pérennisation et sa promotion dans les médias. Vous avez donc le canevas à quelques domaines d'intervention ou actions développées par la Russie depuis l'indépendance du pays, donc de mon pays, la Guinée. En B, vous avez la diplomatie nourrie depuis l'indépendance de la Guinée. Vous avez le rôle des médias africains en général et guinéens en particulier dans la promotion de l'amitié entre la Russie et l'Afrique et entre la Guinée et la Russie. Vous avez des recommandations et la conclusion. Quelques domaines d'intervention ou actions développés par la Russie en Guinée. Après 67 ans d'indépendance ou de relations diplomatiques, la Guinée et la Russie ont façonné une coopération économique axée sur l'extraction des ressources minières, une dynamique qui se confirme ces dernières années. Malgré les faits géopolitiques que vous venez de le dire, la France a eu des soucis dans certains pays. Je veux parler du Mali, du Tchad, du Burkina Faso, certes ailleurs. Malgré ces faits géopolitiques, la coopération économique entre la Guinée et la Russie connaît une croissance notoire qui a été dynamisée par le sommet Russie-Afrique de Saint-Pétersbourg en juin 2023. La Russie a également renforcé ses investissements en Guinée avec des projets dans des secteurs clés de l'économie nationale, à savoir l'énergie, les mines, la refondation de l'armée, de l'ordre et de sécurité, l'éducation à travers des centaines de bourses octroyées chaque année aux étudiants guinéens. La formation, je l'ai dit un peu haut, des forces de sécurité, des forces de l'ordre et de sécurité, la santé et les infrastructures tout en créant ainsi de nouvelles opportunités commerciales, tout ce qui augmente la productivité. Ces investissements peuvent également favoriser le développement local en renforçant les capacités industrielles et en encourageant la création d'entreprises locales grâce à des partenariats et le transfert de technologies. Moscou demeure un contributeur de taille au développement socio-économique du pays, donc de la Guinée. Le secteur minier, à travers des potentialités du sol et du sous-sol, surtout avec le programme Simandou 2040, joue un rôle essentiel dans cette relation économique. Russie, géant russe, non, je vais dire Russal, géant russe de l'aluminium, est présent en Guinée. Il est l'un des plus grands acteurs industriels étrangers dans notre pays. Ce groupe russe possède plusieurs entreprises, dont la compagnie des bauxites de Kindia CBK, le complexe bauxite aluminium Frigia et la compagnie des bauxites de Janjan Kobad dans la région de Bokeh. B. En termes de diplomatie, pour revenir à votre question, alors, l'année dernière, c'est-à-dire 2024, touchée à sa fin, la Russie et la Guinée continuent d'intensifier activement leur coopération bilatérale. Cette période a été marquée par une série de visites des délégations russes à Conakry. Les représentants de la diplomatie russe en Guinée, en l'occurrence son Excellence, Monsieur l'ambassadeur de Russie en Guinée, Monsieur Alexis Povov affirmait dans l'une des interviews avec les médias de la place que la meilleure description de la coopération russo-guinéenne est l'approche gagnant-gagnant. Fondée sur des principes d'un développement durable et mutuellement bénéfique. Elle sert donc, cette coopération sert de base à un dialogue politique stable entre nos pays depuis les années 60. Pendant la période soviétique, une telle coopération a connu un épanouissement impressionnant. Ces relations continuent à se développer avec succès de nos jours, grâce à des accords bilatéraux en vigueur et à des visites officielles régulières de nos autorités, ce qui témoigne de la volonté commune de renforcer les liens stratégiques. Cette coopération est bien entretenue et soutenue et suivie d'ailleurs par son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République de Guinée, Général Mamadi Doumbouya, qui, depuis l'avènement du CNRD, Comité national pour le rassemblement et le développement, qu'il a conduit au pouvoir le 5 septembre 2021, a manifesté sa volonté de travailler avec tous les partenaires traditionnels, dont la Russie, et avec des nouveaux partenaires, évidemment. En novembre de l'année dernière, une importante délégation guinéenne a participé à la première conférence ministérielle du Forum de partenariat Russie-Afrique à Sochi. C'était déjà la deuxième rencontre de son Excellence Dr Maurice Anda Kouyaté, ministre des Affaires étrangères, de l'intégration africaine, son Excellence Sergueï Lavrov, ministre des Affaires étrangères et de la Fédération de Russie. La première s'est tenue en juin dernier, dans le cadre de la visite de la délégation russe à Conakry, lorsque le ministre russe des Affaires étrangères a également tenu une réunion importante avec son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, le général Mamadi Doumbouya. Parti de quelques axes de coopération, l'on peut aborder la question d'appréhension de l'image de la Russie dans la sphère ou dans l'espace médiatique guinéen. Disons clairement que l'image est façonnée par plusieurs facteurs. Les relations historiques entre la Guinée et la Russie et l'URSS durant la guerre froide ont laissé une empreinte durable. Cette période a vu la Russie comme un allié incontestable dans le développement de la Guinée, ce qui influence notre perception actuelle. Les médias guinéens présentent souvent la Russie comme un contrepoids aux influences occidentales. Cela s'est traduit par les reportages mettant en avant les partenariats économiques, militaires et politiques entre les deux pays. L'engagement de la Russie dans les projets d'infrastructure en Guinée, tels que l'énergie, les ressources naturelles, l'éducation, la santé, comme je venais de les citer, contribue à une image positive soulignant son rôle d'investisseur en République de Guinée. Alors, quelle est la contribution des médias africains en général et guinéens en particulier? En mettant en œuvre ces stratégies, la coopération médiatique entre la Russie et la Guinée, particulièrement, peut non seulement se renforcer, mais aussi contribuer à un dialogue constructif et à un partenariat mutuellement bénéfique. La promotion de l'amitié entre la Russie et l'Afrique en général et avec la République de Guinée en particulier, les médias ont un rôle stratégique à jouer, non seulement la médiation de partenariats entre les deux pays, mais dans la définition de leur propre voix dans ces partenariats. Voici une analyse de leur place de responsabilité. Vous avez médias guinéens, relais et acteurs de proximité. La Guinée a historiquement des liens forts avec la Russie depuis l'indépendance, comme je l'ai souligné un peu plus haut. Les médias guinéens ont donc une légitimité particulière pour valoriser cette histoire dans la mémoire collective. Couvrir des projets de coopération dans tous les domaines clés de développement en Guinée. Éduquer et sensibiliser les jeunes générations à travers des émissions, des documentaires, des débats publics. Une collaboration fructueuse entre les médias russes et africains dans le cadre d'une amitié renforcée entre la Russie et l'Afrique soulève plusieurs enjeux, à la fois stratégiques, culturels, économiques et politiques. Vous avez les enjeux d'ordre informationnel et de souveraineté. Une collaboration équilibrée permettrait aux médias africains de renforcer leur autonomie face à la domination des narratifs occidentaux. En travaillant avec des médias russes, les médias africains peuvent accéder à d'autres sources d'information, diversifier leurs perspectives géopolitiques, créer une voix africaine plurielle dans le paysage international. Soutien à la digitalisation des médias africains, parfois en retard technologiquement. Cela peut aussi créer des opportunités économiques pour des médias guinéens, financement, coproduction, partenariat technique. Il est à préciser que les médias sont des outils de soft power. Une coopération médiatique bien menée peut renforcer la présence diplomatique de la Russie en Afrique, aider la Guinée à mieux positionner sa voix dans les relations internationales, contrecarrer certains récits hostiles à cette alliance longtemps entretenue entre la Russie et la Guinée sur la scène internationale. Quelques recommandations. Réussir une telle coopération aussi fructueuse dans le domaine médiatique entre la Russie et l'Afrique, spécifiquement entre la Russie et la Guinée, nécessite une approche stratégique et bien réfléchie. Voici donc quelques recommandations. Échanges culturels, éducatifs et renforcement des liens culturels et idéologiques. Les médias russes s'efforcent de montrer la Russie comme un partenariat respectueux, non colonial et soucieux du développement africain. Donc les médias russes, mettent en avant les succès de la coopération russo-africaine. Je vais parler dans les domaines de l'éducation, sécurité, énergie, souvent absents dans les médias occidentaux. C'est pourquoi il est temps et important d'encourager des programmes d'échange culturel et éducatif pour renforcer ces liens. Cela inclut des bourses pour des étudiants guinéens en Russie, comme la Russie le fait déjà depuis des années, je viens de le mentionner, des centaines de bourses octroyées aux étudiants guinéens, ainsi que des partenariats entre universités et institutions médiatiques. Vous avez la coproduction de contenu. Promouvoir donc des projets de coproduction audiovisuelle qui mettent en avant les cultures et les histoires des deux pays. Je parle de la Guinée et de la Russie. Évidemment, cela peut s'élargir. Cela peut évidemment inclure des relations, inclure des documentaires, des films ou des émissions télévisées et radiophoniques qui explorent les relations historiques et contemporaines. Vous avez la formation et le renforcement des capacités. Organiser des ateliers et des séminaires pour renforcer les professionnels des médias en Afrique et en Guinée aux techniques russes et inversement. De telles approches peuvent améliorer la qualité des productions médiatiques et renforcer la coopération technique et professionnelle. Vous avez le partenariat entre médias. Établir des partenariats entre les chaînes de télévision, les stations de radio, des plateformes numériques entre la Russie et l'Afrique, en général entre la Russie et la Guinée, pour partager des contenus, des informations et des ressources humaines. Vous avez le partenariat, autre partenariat, c'est au sujet de la langue, de la culture. Encourager l'apprentissage de la langue russe en Guinée et promouvoir la langue et la culture guinéenne en Russie peut aider à établir les liens plus forts entre les peuples. Déjà, la Guinée, à travers son orchestre national, composé à 100% de femmes militaires, a participé l'année dernière au Festival international de Moscou, dont la Guinée a eu la grande joie d'être placée parmi les officiels. Vous avez la promotion des événements communs, organiser des festivals, des forats, des discussions et des conférences sur des thèmes d'intérêt commun tels que le développement durable, la sécurité, l'éducation, la formation ou le renforcement des capacités, la santé, des mines, l'énergie, la technique, la technologie et les droits humains peuvent favoriser le dialogue et la compréhension mutuelle. Alors, beaucoup de choses à dire, mais je vais avancer pour vous dire au niveau de la déconstruction des préjugés. L'image de la Russie dans certains pays africains peut être floue ou associée à des stéréotypes hérités de la guerre froide. Les médias peuvent être d'un apport important pour déconstruire cette perception en diffusant des contenus positifs sur la culture, l'histoire et les avancées de la Russie dans tous les domaines. Le soutien aux élites locales russes, je vais dire pro-russes, dans nos pays, je rejoins la question, répondre à la question de madame, les médias peuvent aussi impliquer les voix des élites africaines favorables à la coopération avec la Russie en leur offrant une tribune. Cela peut contribuer à façonner un discours officiel plus favorable à Moscou. En conclusion, nous pouvons dire avec fermeté que oui, une amitié entre la Russie et l'Afrique en général, et particulièrement entre la Russie et la Guinée, est non seulement nécessaire, mais stratégique dans le monde multipolaire qui se dessine, qui se façonne, où chaque pays africain, russe, cherche à conforter sa position. Pour que cette amitié soit véritablement fructueuse et constructive, elle doit s'appuyer sur la souveraineté, la réciprocité et la vision à long terme, avec une implication forte, bien nourrie et productive des médias russes et africains, spécifiquement ceux guinéens. Alors, j'ai été un peu long, mais je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Saint-Martin. Voudriez-vous qu'on passe à l'anglais quand même? Oui? Okay, so we switch to English. Thank you very much for your report. It is also interesting for me as journalist of Sputnik because our French edition, French-speaking edition, Sputnik Afrique, is represented in Guinea on radio station, local radio stations, where we broadcast our radio programs in prime time, and we will enlarge our broadcasting there. But what do you think? What are the main challenges for Africa-Russia cooperation in media sphere for now?
Oui, en français.
In English, it's possible. Huh?
Non, je ne peux pas. Non.
Ah, okay. Let's speak in French.
Oui. Et je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, quel est le défi qui reste pour cette coopération russo-africaine en général? Je parle de la Guinée parce que je viens de la Guinée. Je voudrais que cette coopération profite à l'Afrique entière, mais particulièrement profite à la Guinée parce qu'elle en a besoin. Le défi aujourd'hui, je l'ai dit, il faut que les peuples africains et russes s'unissent, n'est-ce pas, pour nourrir une diplomatie fructueuse, bien orientée dans les secteurs spécifiques de développement. Autre défi, puisqu'on parle du monde des médias, il faut que ces contenus et aussi les hommes des médias soient beaucoup plus formés à la culture, à la tradition, à la langue, à l'histoire de la Russie et surtout en termes d'avancée pour qu'ils soient pratiquement, comme on le dit, s'il faut le porte-parole de ces peuples russes et africains. Pour mieux informer, il faut que tu sois bien informé. Et pour que tu sois bien informé, il faut que tu parviennes à contextualiser le sujet pour lequel tu es habilité à couvrir pour une large compréhension. Voilà le défi qui reste pour la Russie dans cette coopération. Former les journalistes africains aux nouvelles technologies, j'ai parlé de technologie tout à l'heure, mais aussi aider les mêmes médias à être à un niveau pas à 100% autonome, mais à mesure, n'est-ce pas, de produire des magazines et aussi de nouer des partenariats avec vous de la Russie, avec vos médias, pour que les mêmes aient la même lecture de ce que la Russie développe et de ce que la Russie prévoit pour l'Afrique, développe pour l'Afrique et ce que la Russie deviendra pour le monde. Voilà, en résumé, ce que je pouvais dire. Certainement, un autre défi pour nous, les hommes de médias, c'est de comprendre que le pluralisme aujourd'hui en termes de prise de parole nous interpelle, pas de nous fier, pas une contrainte, de nous fier à 100% à ce que l'Occident nous donne. Il faut libérer la parole. Il faut ouvrir les canaux d'information. Mais ces canaux ne peuvent être, n'est-ce pas, ouverts, c'est quand les mêmes médias ont la matière. La matière ici, c'est l'information. Est-ce que la Russie aujourd'hui est prête à mettre à la disposition des mêmes médias africains cette matière, tout en créant des canaux de diffusion, de vulgarisation des mêmes messages?
Thank you very much. Yes, you've mentioned that we Russian media like Sputnik, RT, we give plot to officials of, for example, Confederation of States of Sahel, and this is exactly what we've done after the meeting with Mr. Lavrov in Moscow. We interviewed all the ministers of the alliance, and then we broadcast it everywhere on our resources, because, you know, we broadcast in more than 30 languages. So we are able to really spread this information, while, for example, Western media are banned in the Confederation, you know, and we are banned by the European Union and United States and so on. So this is for saying that we are able to communicate while there are sanctions, and this is a maybe good way to collaborate between us, between our media.
Alors, je suis perdu. I learn English. C'est trop fort.
Vous voulez que...
Voilà. Donc, j'ai besoin de mon interprète. Juste parler du Sahel.
Oui, vous avez parlé du fait qu'on interviewe, nous, Sputnik et Arte, des officiels de la Confédération. Et c'est exactement ce qu'on a fait après la rencontre avec M. Lavrov. On les a interviewés et on a diffusé cette information partout en plus de 30 langues.
Okay.
Et vous savez que, par exemple, les médias occidentaux sont bannis et sont interdits par certains pays de l'Alliance, comme le Mali, le Burkina, le Niger aussi, je pense, par toute la Confédération. Et à ce moment-là, nous, comme une agence internationale, nous sommes en mesure de diffuser toutes ces informations pour le monde entier, parce que nous avons vraiment beaucoup de capacités. Et c'est ici qu'on peut collaborer aussi. C'est ça que je veux.
C'est là. Je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, ce n'est pas un vide. C'est une appréhension que certainement l'Afrique, certains pays africains ont eu de la politique française. Ce n'est pas un vide en tant que tel que vous devez saisir. Mais aujourd'hui, c'est de comprendre quel message véhiculer et avec qui. Vous l'avez dit, cette rencontre constitue une opportunité pour nous, médias africains, de vous côtoyer en tant que médias russes. La finalité, l'une des finalités, c'est de parvenir à cette coopération. Cette coopération bien nourrie, bien orientée, pour que, je l'ai dit à l'introduction, pour que l'Afrique, voilà, l'Afrique et la Russie puissent, n'est-ce pas, communier, regarder dans la même direction. Aujourd'hui, quand vous nous dites, dans les mêmes pays, est-ce que la Russie, je pense la Russie ne vit pas les mêmes réalités avec l'Occident? Pour les mêmes pays et pour nous autres de l'Afrique, c'est de continuer à nouer des partenariats et de continuer à comprendre quel peut être votre défi en ces temps. Pendant que l'Occident, je veux parler de la France, qui a des soucis dans quelques pays, c'est de savoir qu'est-ce qui n'a pas marché pour l'Occident, pour ces pays et l'Afrique. Donc, c'est de comprendre qu'est-ce que vous pouvez apporter qui pouvait retenir l'Afrique, qui pouvait motiver les médias africains à tenir la vision russe. Donc, voilà la question. Voilà ce qui pouvait aujourd'hui vous animer. Puisque une telle coopération peut être bénéfique pour la Russie et pour l'Afrique. Nous gagnons en tant qu'Africains. La Russie gagne parce que la Russie, comme l'intitulé du thème, comment améliorer ou comment vulgariser ou faire comprendre sous un autre angle l'image de la Russie, oui, il est important que les médias africains, les médias et les médias russes, n'est-ce pas, s'épanchent sur les défis du moment pour pouvoir conforter l'image de la Russie et l'image de l'Afrique.
Vive la coopération russo-africaine. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you very much. Yes. And yes, for now, we have a time for a coffee break. We invite everybody to take a cup of coffee and to discuss between each other. Thank you.
Eric, should we go? Okay, the first one go. Fred Spring, representing Joy News, Head of Media Affairs, African Development Council.
Yeah. Thank you. My presentation was on the public. Unfortunately, I can't access, so I'll try and do it from the mobile phone. So, distinguished delegates, colleagues, journalists, and senior experts gathered here, I'd like to say good day to all of you. It's a pleasure and also a privilege to be here presenting to you the perspective of 30 million people putting one. And I was starting that's better. Yeah. So the topic I'll be delivering is how Ghana sees Russia, media analysis. 30 billion plus pair of eyes to Ghana. I have to prefer and present it in a way that is clear to all of us gathered here. And you know, sometimes the two different cameras and take the same photo, quality will be different. The same audience, and so yeah, I try to be a very good camera, so get the picture. So the topic is layered and also nuanced. It touches on geopolitics, the cultural exchange, and diplomacy, and of course the influence of the media. So let me begin with a simple truth that Ghana's relationship with Russia is far from one-dimensional. They are multifaceted. An intricate blend of history, cooperation, in some cases, suspicion, actually, because of the influences we get from the Western media. So Russia's ties with Ghana go back to the early years of our independence in the late 1950s, when Ghana gained independence. Well, the then Soviet Union offered scholarships to hundreds of Ghanaian students, many of whom returned to become top doctors, engineers. What underlines the issue, Ghana, like much of Africa, inherited English as its official language due to colonial history. As a result, our media ecosystem remains heavily reliant on foreign content, especially from English-speaking Western giants like BBC, CNN, Reuters, and what have you. Now, what this means is that global news reaching Ghanaians is often reframed through a Western geopolitical lens. And in that framing, Russia is frequently, agree with me, portrayed as the antagonist, particularly in stories about Ukraine, cybersecurity, and global energy situations. Now, these narratives, though not always inaccurate, are hard balanced, and they are often overlooked or underplay Russia's developmental and diplomatic engagements on the continent. But the tide is turning now. Ghanaian journalists are not passive anymore. There's growing resistance to one-sided stories. A new generation of reporters and editors is demanding more nuance, more complexity in international reporting. And that, I believe, is a very hopeful sign for all of us currently. At the Africa Development Council, where I serve as the head of media affairs, we also see this shift as an opportunity. As part of our Russia advocacy efforts, we work across Africa to promote more balanced media engagement, whether through journalistic exchange programs, training, webinars, or fact-based reports. And in Ghana, we supported initiatives that give voice to Russia's contributions, whether in science, infrastructure, or cultural investments. Our goal is not to replace one form of bias with another, we just want a balance. We want to create space for fairer storytelling. Of course, the challenges will remain. The Cold War era ideologies still linger, and many media outlets depend on donor-funded content, often aligned with foreign agendas. Commercial media logic pushes sensational headlines over proper context. But in a world facing multiple crises, from climate change and food insecurity to migration and global instability, Africa and Russia have more reason than ever to engage directly. But Ghanaian media must rise to this moment, not as cheerleaders for any power bloc, but as independent observers committed to the truth, transparency, and the true picture. As we talk of friendship and cooperation, let's also talk about responsibility. The responsibility to move beyond propaganda, whether from the East or the West, and to tell Africa's story with honesty and depth. Let Ghana's media be a mirror that reflects reality and not a prison that distorts it. I would like to say a big thank you for your audience.
Thank you very much for your report, and I have a question. You have spoken about the resistance to one-sided stories that we are talking now. Why do you think the monopoly on information comes to an end? And do you think it comes to an end? And why?
Well, I think it's coming to an end. You have a new generation of, professionals in the media trying so hard to be balanced in their reporting. And so if the narrative is on one side, you try to ask questions about what is happening on the other side, especially if you are aware that a certain group of people exist, yet you don't get to hear what they have to say. It's a problem. So yeah, the effort is there. We try to hear the other side and to balance it. But of course, the background I gave about our historical links with English-speaking Western countries, that makes it sometimes very difficult to do because you're always exposed to these contents from the West.
But African audiences are tired of this content.
Exactly, they are tired. But you see, Russia's good works are on the ground. It's there. We've done a lot of work. We know lots of people who have gained experience from Russia. Russia did so much, but the story is hardly told. Okay, so it's like a ghost. The ghost may be present, but I can't see it. How do we ensure that we're able to bring Russia's stories to the mainstream so that it's balanced with that of Western countries?
This is a good question because we are led by Western media, by Western platforms, and by the West on the whole. And how in this case should we fight against these kind of restrictions against media?
Well, I'll start by looking at how the West did it. They collaborated with the media in Africa where there's weakness, they supported. And so, for instance, if there's a television station which needs to fill a certain time block, but doesn't have the resources to do so, they rely on already produced content from, say, the BBC to fill that slot. What if it was the Russian slot? Russia Today exists in broadcasting in English as well. Where is Russia? Russia Today. Where is it? It must find its way to the places where the audience is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great speech. I don't have a question, so thank you. You may proceed. Please.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
I need to mention to tell the speakers that we have some time limits, and we ask you to end the speech in 10 minutes if possible, because then we have lunch. If you don't know, you don't have lunch. Okay, so we want to ask for the next speaker. It's Emil Sim from Cameroon with his analysis Russia implementing of Cameroon in Central African Republic, representing global TV, founder himself of it, and I want to say that we met with Emil in 2023 in St. Petersburg in the International Forum. So 2 years ago we met again in Ethiopia. It's cool.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My English is not good, so I will speak in French. I'm better in French, so I have many things to say, so I prefer to speak in French. Yes. Yes, I will switch sometimes French, sometimes English. But my English is very bad. Not now, please. Thank you. So, my name is Emil Papesi. I'm CEO of Global Investment Holding, Global LTV. Global LTV is the media based in Cameroon. We have correspondents in Nigeria, Niger, Republic Democratic of Congo, Mali, Belgium, yes. So Global TV is a TV I created since 2020. And before the problem between Russia and another country. And on 2022, I created another media, online media, RusAfrique.info. If you go to internet, you will see RusAfrique.info. Our slogan is information from Russia to Africa and Africa to Russia. This is our media. And I have another media in online, LACEMAC. LACEMAC is media for Central Africa. We have 6 or 7 countries, Cameroon, Chad, Gabon, Guinea, something like that. And I have another media in West Africa, the Nouveau Manager for West Africa country, especially French West Africa country. So I will explain you now why I create all that media. It's very difficult to manage because you have to recruit people, you have to pay salary, you have. But it's very important for us if you want to, not challenge, but if you want to give good information to the people. So my speech will be to 2 levels. First of all, for the the CEO, the owner of TV, the problem they have about TV, about satellite, about all technical problems, and another level will be for how Cameroon particularly see Cameroon media see Russia. Okay, so like I told you before, global TV exists since 2020, and before from 2020 to 2022, we was not have problem because no problem. And from 2022 to today, we have many problems. Many problems because on 2023, we was the first, my media was the first media who made partnership with Russia Today when Russia Today was banned in France. We were the first person, the first media in Africa who accept to share content coming from Russia Today to Africa. It was very difficult for us because, you know, in Africa, the person who controls communication is French and UK, United States. Because you see satellite. Before my media use satellite, we call Intelsat. Intelsat is French satellite. It is them who decide if you can be in their satellite or not. And if your TV is used in their satellite, you have to do some kind of what they like. So when I begin to work with Russia Today, they ban my TV. First problem. Another problem in French country in Africa, the company who control the diffusion of media is Canal Plus. So if you are not in Canal Plus, your media is not big because many people cannot show you. In English country is the DSTV. DSTV controlled by UK, Canal Plus controlled by France. And when I begin to work with Russia Today, automatically remove me to Canal Plus because they say you are not with us. If you are not with us, you are against us. We cannot continue to work with you. This is a very big problem we have in Africa because even you want to give a good information, you cannot because you don't have all in French, we say, on n'a pas tous les éléments pour contrôler la diffusion de l'information. Bien que vous ayez la volonté de diffuser la bonne information, vous ne pouvez pas le faire. En tant que patron de médias, voilà les problèmes que nous rencontrons au quotidien. Parce que dès que ta ligne éditoriale n'est pas liée à la ligne éditoriale de celui qui diffuse ton information à travers son satellite, vous avez un gros problème. Voilà l'un des problèmes que nous avons rencontrés, que nous rencontrons au quotidien, et qui fait en sorte que, à un moment donné, ça pose d'énormes soucis et on ne sait même plus là où on va. From 2023, I think, I tried to work with Gazprom Media with their satellite we call Yamama. But, you know, since 1960, after the Second War, European countries, en fait, les pays européens se sont partagés l'Afrique, particulièrement le Cameroun. Le Cameroun, par exemple, est composé par deux pays. Il y a la partie English. Yes. Cameroon is colonized by two countries, French and English. So Great Britain and France. And that two countries share Cameroon like a cake. You know the cake. You take this part, I take this part. And from this time, to take control to all the economic, business, information. And in information, they take control of all satellites in Africa in general, and Cameroon particular. So at that time, Russia don't have idea to come to this war because Russia with Soviet Union is a big country, so very it's not they don't see the advantage to come in Africa. So France take Africa and bring their satellite. A desert is orbit 30 in Africa. Amos 17 is Israel satellite, is orbit 30. So today, Yamal is Russian satellite is orbit 50, very, very far. So if you want to work with Yamal, nobody will see you in Africa. So it's very difficult, very, very difficult. You are obliged to work with Eutelsat or Amos. Amos banned me because I work with Russia. But since 7 months now or 10 months, they accept to work with me because I don't know why, but they call me and say, okay, now we can work with you. So it's very difficult. Even I know that journalists or media is not neutral. No neutral in media. In media, when you are journalist, your boss is the person who gives you money. Everybody, all journalists know that. The person who finance media is the person who have control of that media. That's why France 24, CNN, all that media financed by UK, United States, and France have to say what that country needs. Is an obligation. Everybody knows that. It's the same thing like in Russia. Russia today, everything is government media, so they have to say what Russia needs. It's absolute. In the media, you cannot say I'm neutral. No, no neutral. Me, I have my media, I'm not neutral. It is me who finance my media, so my journalists have to say what I need. Because if Russia is my friend, I will say that Russia is good. If Russia is not my friend, I will say that Russia is bad. That's why my friend from Guinea Equatorial, Guinea Conakry, say Occidental media have control to African media because the gross majority of media in Africa is financed by OTAN, Europe. And in that situation, I'm telling you, the media cannot give the truth, the good information to the people. Because you are a CEO of media, you have to pay salary, you have to pay satellite, nothing is free. You have to give good information. You have to give information about the person who finance. This is the main difficult, the main problem the media have. So here we have many journalists. Sometimes they cannot know what the big boss have like problem. Me, I'm telling you what I have like problem because it's my TV since 5 years now. I know what is the problem. I know it is me who decide who I have to work with. Sometimes government want to help you, but even our government is not neutral because you know in French country it's very difficult, very very difficult. You have to know that my president have 92 years old. He schooled in France. Okay, he made his school in France, have scholarship. If you go to Gabon, the old president school in France, all French presidents school in France. So automatically, when they become president, they have something to back to the France. That's why you will see in country like Burkina Faso, for example, the French already does school in France. So you don't have anything. En fait, ce que je veux dire, il n'a aucun remords, il n'a rien, il ne doit rien à la France. He don't have nothing to the France. That's why you will see for Mali, for Niger. So that people don't have, they don't school in that country, they don't have scholarship. So when they manage country with the patriotism they have. It is that why in Burkina Faso, when you are media and you don't respect the line of the country, they buy you. That one they buy France, the card, they buy how we call it, RFA, they buy many media. Because if you don't say what they need, they buy you. In our country, in Cameroon, for example, it's very difficult because, you know, we have one media, online media, because Jeune Afrique Économique. Jeune Afrique Économique, I will explain you one story. 2021, Jeune Afrique Économique contact me. Journalists of Jeune Afrique Économique contact me. They say, you are a big businessman, whoa. Give all $100,000, we make you are advertised. I said, whoa, 100,000, I cannot pay you to make my advertisement. He said, okay. 1 month after, they go to internet, they say, this one is covered, is this, is that. So if you don't pay the money they ask you, they will give another information. It's the same thing that media do to our president in Africa. So it's very difficult. That's why now the perception of Russia in Cameroon, particularly in Africa, is very good because the young people like me, the young people like what you see, the young journalists, they have another perception. They don't want to continue to the same thing. We need partnership with the country who can respect us, who can work with us hand to hand. So it is the time for Russia to penetrate Africa, particularly Cameroon. I'm the first person in Africa who opened a Russian University Center in Cameroon. It's a big Russian University Center. In the beginning, it was very difficult. I have buildings like this. Inside, I have people who read France, UK, but the day I bring Russia map, all these people go. So I lost all my, because my business, I lost that people because I put. So like, it's not my problem because me, I know what I do. I need good information. I need true information. Before, all media, another media say Russia, good country, Russia is not secure. Not. That's why you see many African people don't know Russia. But now, with the partnership you make with media in Africa, many young people now want to go to Russia. Many young people now know that the CNN, France 24, Jeune Afrique don't give the true information because it's a very big difference between what they say in their media and what, when, for example, I go to Russia, take picture, put my media and they see. So the perception is very good. But like my friend from Guinea-Conakry said, the media in Africa is not autonomous. So they need support. Support can be by technical support, by content support, and by financial support to be autonomous and to give good information. So if Russia do that, I'm very sure that next 5 years, everything will be okay. But for now, all media want to work with Russia. This is true. From Cameroon, South Africa to North Africa, everywhere want to work with Russia. But like I told you, the media is not autonomous. The media don't have money to finance myself. The media don't have money or technical support. So sometimes, if you don't say this, the value, if you don't do this, value, so it's very difficult and very big problem. That's why I'm here to tell you that if you can help us with content, with technical support, with finance, I'm very sure that we can do a good partnership because we already made a big investment in our media, and I know many media in Africa who need the same thing, and I'm sure that we can work hand to hand. So I have many things to say, but this is the main thing I wanted to explain here and to invite the journalists to take this opportunity to make how we call it in English, le partage d'idées, le partage d'informations, le partage de la technique, Last time I showed your presentation online with artificial intelligence, so we need that technique to work, yes, to see how we can work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your optimistic view on Russia cooperation in the many fields. But I have a question about Cameroon because I meet often in Cameroon and people from Cameroon that they are often influences and stakeholders. How could you explain this fact that you have so many influences in Cameroon? So maybe in French. Je veux dire que c'est difficile. Je veux dire que je rencontre souvent des influenceurs qui viennent de Cameroun. Comment on peut expliquer ce fait que dans votre pays, il y a beaucoup de gens comme ça, d'experts comme ça, qui sont vraiment qui viennent de très connus et qui ont des points de vue assez osés.
Oui, c'est ce que j'ai dit tout à l'heure. Il y a beaucoup de talent, il y a beaucoup de volonté, mais il manque de moyens. Vous voyez, c'est pour cette raison que aujourd'hui vous allez voir quelqu'un qui a tel talent, qui a tel point de vue, mais après demain il change radicalement. Parce que justement, d'un moyen ou d'une autre, on a essayé de le contourner. Il y a beaucoup de talents en Afrique, particulièrement au Cameroun. Il y a de très bons journalistes. La formation, même moi, je travaille avec l'université UDN, UDN University. Every year I have around 50 scholarships. UDN give me 50 scholarships to give to North Africa. Every year I do that since 2-3 years now. So every year I send young people to go study journalism, particularly in Russia. And maybe after 3 years, 4 years, they have to come back to Africa to work with us. But imagine, this is very good support. That's why I tell you, je vous ai dit tout à l'heure qu'on a besoin de ce genre de soutien pour être autonome, pour pouvoir dire ce qu'on pense, pour pouvoir même supporter quelqu'un. Because to support somebody, you need vous avez besoin des outils pour le faire. Si vous n'avez pas les moyens de votre politique, vous ne pouvez pas supporter quelqu'un. C'est-à-dire, on peut supporter quelqu'un même s'il est fou. Mais on le supporte parce que c'est notre point de vue. Mais pour le supporter, il faut qu'on ait les moyens de notre politique, sinon vous ne pouvez même pas faire ce support. Et donc, pour la formation, justement, la Russie a de travailler là-dessus. Et c'est un point à féliciter au niveau des bourses scolaires. Moi, j'arrête chaque année, je distribue au Cameroun, particulièrement à la République centrafricaine, parce que je travaille avec les deux pays. Mais ce n'est pas très suffisant pour avancer.
Merci beaucoup.
First of all, I want to thank you for all of you helping Russian companies be represented in Africa. And I have a small question. How do you think can social media in context of Africa compete with technically developed satellite TV or not?
Social media, yes. Like I told you before, I work with Idrissa in France. Now I work with Amos. And we have our website online because, you know, the first time Facebook banned my TV in Facebook and in YouTube. We changed to create another one with another, with another information because in the beginning our page in Facebook banned. He banned my page from my media Russia Russe Afrique. They banned. Now we are not in Facebook because the name is Russe Afrique. They banned. So But we have we go with Telegram, with some group in WhatsApp. And now I'm planning to create my own social media, Japa Messenger, because you know, it's not easy to be controlled by another person. It's very increasing. So it's very, very difficult. So maybe you have to be in our place to understand very well what I'm saying. It's very, very difficult to know that if you go there, they can ban you. If you go there, they can ban you only because you support somebody. Okay, so it's very, very difficult. But we try to work with social media, some social media, especially Telegram, and we change our some content in YouTube. So we are there, but it's not easy. It's not easy. And now we try to work with some influencers in TikTok to explain, to show our TV, our content on. Yes, Twitter, Twitter, we don't have problem with Twitter. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We invite the next lecturer for today. This is Eric from Kenya, with the analysis about how Kenyan media covers Russia. Just to remind you, Eric is a multimedia journalist, news editor at Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, located in Nairobi. Please, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I've been introduced Eric. I work with Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. We initially we call the state media, but we have a new constitution in Kenya, and now it's public media. We operate broadcasting, which is TV. We have radio stations, including for the national languages, which is English and Kiswahili. And then we have radio stations totaling around 17, 18 for our local dialects. And we also have a website. So we reach audiences also through our digital platforms. And I am a journalist there, transitioned from TV now, multimedia. For the purposes of this session and this conversation, I'm only going to bring you to speed to how Kenyans really perceive Russia. And it's interesting to have this conversation after what Emil has brought to life, because what Emil has spoken about is the reality of the world that we live in at the moment. So Kenya, like many African countries, has historically maintained a non-aligned stance, carefully balancing its relationships with major global powers, and all that is to safeguard its national interests, promote economic development, and enhance regional influence. Understanding this position, therefore, is crucial as we examine the country's perspective on Russia. After gaining independence in 1963, Kenya adopted a non-aligned policy, refraining from aligning itself with either the Western or Eastern Bloc during the Cold War. This strategy allowed Kenya to seek international support and development aid without becoming embroiled in ideological conflicts. Successive governments ever since have upheld this approach, consistently emphasizing economic diplomacy and regional integration. This historical context, ladies and gentlemen, has shaped Kenya's foreign policy and its international relations as the country pursues a non-aligned strategy while engaging with the US, the European Union, and nations such as Russia, China, and India in a bid really to maximize economic and diplomatic opportunities. And as a result of that, there have been benefits, which is this non-alignment brings several advantages which have enabled Kenya to engage openly with various states and bolstering its reputation as a nation committed to regional and global cooperation. It has facilitated the attraction of foreign direct investments and development aid from diverse sources, thereby supporting national growth and infrastructure development. But there are challenges to this, which is balancing relationships with global powers like the US, China, Russia, poses a challenge, particularly as global tensions escalate. Maintaining neutrality in this context can be complex, as evidenced by the country's recent decision to review its current policy. The current strategy aims to utilize economic, diplomatic, defense, technological, and other means to achieve foreign policy objectives. Having stated that, Kenya-Russia relations, notably, I will say Russia was among the first countries to recognize Kenya's independence from Britain. I mean, the Soviet Union was the second nation after Germany to acknowledge Kenya's sovereignty, sending a congratulatory message to Prime Minister Jomo Kenyatta expressing his solidarity and willingness to establish diplomatic relations. This gesture was viewed as significant support for Africa's independence and colonization. I think every African country has a story with Russia when we talk about colonization and what transpired after. This early recognition has laid the groundwork for decades of bilateral cooperation between Kenya and Russia, leading to several economic benefits for the Kenyan populace. It is also important to note that Soviet Union was the first foreign nation to fund, design, and build Kenya's most prominent post-independence hospitals, which is the new Nyanza Provincial General Hospital in Kisumu. And we go to Kenya today, when we talk about the Russia Hospital, that is the hospital that was built with assistance from Russia. The economic benefits of this relationship, therefore, evident and extend across various sectors. When you look at imports, for example, Russia supplies vital fertilizers for Kenya's agricultural sector. And of course, you know, agriculture employs 40% of Kenya. And at the height of the Ukraine conflict, Russia donated some 34,000 metric tons of fertilizer to Kenya, helping to mitigate food security risks. Kenya relies on Russia and Ukraine for over 20% of its wheat. Russia, including tea, coffee, and horticultural products. On the education side, I think every speaker has alluded to this. Russia currently offers scholarships for Kenyan students in the fields of nuclear science, engineering, and others, thereby enhancing human capital. Moreover, Kenya and Russia have expressed a willingness to collaborate in energy, digital infrastructure, especially given Russia's achievements in this sector. I want to conclude by saying this. This background was very important because the perspective of Russia in Kenya arises from the relationship between the two countries. It raises the question of how ordinary Kenyans benefit from their country's ties with Russia. This influences public sentiment, particularly regarding scholarships, grain supplies, and fertilizer issues. The significance of fertilizer, for example, cannot be overstated. Agriculture is the cornerstone of Kenya's economy. Yet the sector has faced challenges in recent years. The current government has prioritized its survival. When Russia announced the donation of fertilizer, the news was met with enthusiasm from across the country. This gesture is still shaping public discussions in our country to date, as it was viewed as a direct contribution to addressing the country's food security challenges. In Africa, it's all about food. I mean, we have good weather and then we have fertile lands, but somehow we don't seem to get it right when it comes to agriculture.
And if you don't get it right in agriculture, then we have a problem. And if there is a support that goes to that sector, trust me, Africans, Kenyans always appreciate. For the administration in Nairobi, engaging with Russia provides an opportunity to diversify partnerships and avoid over-reliance on any single bloc. As Kenyans often say, having more friends is better. There is a recognition, therefore, that as a developing country, Kenya needs more international partners to achieve its development goals. Therefore, the country cannot afford to jeopardize relations with any of these foreign powers, which explains the strategy for non-alignment. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ray. You mentioned a lot of time devoted a half of your speech to the non-alignment movement, and Africa now has adopted the same stand. And you've also mentioned the notion of colonization. And we can also say that now we see a kind of neo-colonization. Do you think that apparently the lessons of history haven't been learned by someone, maybe by someone who started a new Cold War and it was not called, why? And where could it lead us?
I think in Africa, and I've seen this in Kenya already, today it's about if you are talking about you being my friend or you being my partner, the question will always be then what am I getting from you? And I think that is what maybe Kenyans and Africans have been trying out for, so that the relationship is not just a relationship for the sake of being a relationship. And I think that explains why, like, we don't ask me to be your enemy. At the same time, if we can be friends, how can we be? How can we benefit from each other? What I like today is because Africa is open. The numbers, when we look at the number of students going to Russia today, seeking educational opportunities, for example, in my country, it is growing. Why? It is because there is a recognition that there is something we can learn from Russia, which other nations will not have provided before. And I think for me, this is a plus. For example, we talk about nuclear energy today. Africa has a problem with energy issues. If Russia really can help in that regard, what is the problem? Nuclear medicine, which is a new frontier as we speak today. Russia is a leader in this, with these new technologies from Russia. And Africans are appreciating that, which is why you find people going to study this today in Russia. And majority of students doing this are from majority of African countries. I think this is a perspective that Africa is really embracing at the moment. And I think it works for both sides, so that if there is something good on this side, why can't it be appreciated and why can't we benefit from it? Having it so open as it should be.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric is right. Nuclear power is one of the most prospective fields to Russia to work in Africa. So in Tanzania, if I know, there's some sort of nuclear power plant in the ocean going to be built. So in those African countries, I hope we can do it. So we can go to our first speaker. It's Imma Nkube, representing South Africa, with analysis South Africa-Russia relations from a South Africa media perspective. Imma representing African Broadcasting Corporation, the Honorable Trade.
Minjani? It's a Zulu way of greeting in South Africa. It says, greetings to you for 4 hours. My name is Imatube. I'm from South Africa, working for the State Broadcaster of SABC. I'm a multimedia editor and a journalist, and I also have my own private media that just recently. So my topic, before I got to my topic, I want to consult my Cameroon brother. I had to complain him about DSTV, fresh company issues. Let me consult you. I hope you are aware that DSTV not choice is being bought by, sorry for that, not choice is being bought by French companies in South Africa. So probably the problems are going to be solved soon. So keep checking. I think they're going to announce it too. So I'm going to be presenting, my presentation is about South Africa-Russia relations through the South African media perspective. I would say Russia and South Africa come a long way. They have a very complex yet cordial relationship with cooperation and opportunities for growth in various sectors. South Africa and Russia, they've got a very deep historical relationship stemming from years ago when they supported each other in the apartheid wars. So I'm going to look at what South Africa media covers and the impact thereof from the diplomatic ties and interactions between the two countries. As we all know that it has become apparent that the media landscape is affecting the way in which economies are shared, global politics are presented, and wars are waged. Therefore, the South African media landscape is no exception to these developments. While the South African media view of Russia is shaped by their strong diplomatic and economic ties, particularly through their partnership in the BRICS group, G20, UN, and on other platforms where they are partners. On the other side, we know that the Western media has been accused of propaganda and waging an information war through misleading content like videos, images, social media drives about Russia. So I would say South African media coverage of Russia will seem like that of a friend, that of an enemy, because of the diplomatic ties that they have that promote unity, bilateral ties, economic development, and cooperation. But we should know that previously this was not the case. Previously, South African media used to rely on Western news wires about Russia, and this has since changed. And I'll take you through the historical ties, how this has changed, why it has changed, and why we are here today. So historically, like I said before, Russia and South Africa have a strong blood bond from years ago. This was forged when Russia assisted South Africa with military help during the apartheid war. And as we speak now, there are memorial sites of our liberation fighters in Russia. Last week, our foreign ministers from South Africa, Minister Lamula was there in Russia meeting the foreign minister of Russia, Mr. Lavrov, and they went to these memorial sites and liberation fighters. And this is just to show you how South Africa and Russia have strong blood bonds, hence the corporations and the diplomatic ties, and hence the need for the South African media to cover these things critically. So Russia also, through this blood bond with South Africa, it pushes the South African media to be careful to portray an aligned relationship between Russia and South Africa, despite the huge criticism of Russia by the West. South African media seems to keep Russia as a friend, an economic and political counterpart, and as we speak, there are many dialogues that are held publicly and privately between Russia and South Africa experts to strengthen bilateral relations, and these are most covered by the South African media. especially the public broadcaster, the SABC, revealing that both countries' foreign policies are alike and intend to foster an open dialogue and support of one another in bilateral and cooperation levels. Let's look at the bilateral relations between South Africa and Russia and how the media handles these relations. As I have stipulated before, the bond between the two countries has been consistent in maintaining the diplomatic ties. And the media, therefore, has been so careful not to compromise this historical bond, hedged from apartheid and military support from years ago. However, we have a strong opposition political agenda in the country. Even though if the government tries to maintain a very friendly relationship with Russia because of the economic and the bilateral ties, the opposition part always comes strongly to say South Africa is not supposed to keep a neutral position always about Russia. They must sort of draw this friendliness with Russia and call a spade a spade. Why do I say so? And media has been covering this because remember, we don't have only the public broadcast, we've got a strong private media in South Africa, even the Western media, we've got a strong presence. So there's always this media complexity and coverage about South Africa, Russia. We will always have the opposition coming their own mandate, and we have the public broadcaster, which is for the public mandate, trying to push the agenda of government issues of economic ties, diplomatic ties with Russia. So, one of the things that the opposition parties has called out the government of South Africa is to stop putting politics first, but put the South African citizens first by calling the South African government to sort of condemn Russia in the invasion of Ukraine. Because remember, South Africa took a neutral stance to say, we're not going to say Russia, you're doing a bad thing, Russia, you're doing this because you're our friend. They just said, we are calling for peace, and that's our neutral position. But the opposition parties and private media in South Africa came strongly and condemned this neutral stance by the government of South Africa. So I'm trying to showcase you that it is not honey and milk when it comes to media coverage in South Africa, but we try by all means as the media to portray a very good relationship that we have with Russia. So, and recently in a debate in Parliament, we had other South African opposition parties who were calling out even the president himself to stop this friendship with not to stop the friendship with Russia as such, but to stop calling Russia a friend but an enemy, because Russia is also affecting the economy of South Africa, it's affecting the lives of citizenship. Remember, South Africa and Russia have got deep economic ties in energy, in grain, in etc. So when these prices were going up because of the Ukraine-Russia war, the opposition parties came strong in saying the government of South Africa is putting politics first by protecting their friend Russia instead of putting the citizens first who are suffering economically. And this was covered by the South African media, not the West media. So I'm trying to show you that we are not biased in South Africa, we cover it as it is. Not because we want to destroy, but we want to form and build bilateral strong relations with Russia. So that even if people come and say, oh, South Africa is maintaining a neutral position, we can stand up and say, no, you are not telling the truth. We are authentically covering what is on the ground, what is happening, not to foster damage, but to foster bilateral relations that bring positive change. So also, according to South African media, it will look like South Africa is a more political will than an economic one towards Russia. But I would personally say this is a lie, because that's the agenda that other regions are pushing. South African media is pushing both a political will and economic agenda towards Russia because of the long history that I have stipulated before. For example, when President Putin of Russia's potential arrest was announced during the BRICS 2023 that was held in South Africa. South Africa came out strongly to condemn that. We don't miss our words in South Africa. If something is wrong, it's wrong. If it's right, it's right. So this is to say, if it was another region covering this story, it was going to be a negative thing. But South Africa stood and said, no, we're protecting another counterpart, we're protecting another president, we're protecting another country, Russia, that is contributing positively to our economy. Besides that, Greece was being held in South Africa. Can you imagine if Greece was held here in Ethiopia and your friend president is being arrested on your ground? Will you really say, come arrest him? I don't think so. So South Africa will always maintain a neutral strategic position towards Russia, whether the West is pushing arrest for presidents, whether the West is waging a war information using media as propaganda tools. South African media is always prepared to take a neutral position because of the foreign policies between the two countries. Another example that I'll cut my presentation short. But there's so many examples to that. The South African media was covering a lot of issues around Russia, but sort of protecting the so-called friend Russia, because we understand that Russia and South Africa are not enemies. We understand that Russia and South Africa are economic buddies. They intend to develop both nations. They intend to supply development to both countries. So I will skip a bit, but I wanted to talk about media imperialism. That before 2022, the South African media used to rely a lot on Western media wires, like Reuters, AFP, etc., etc. And this was compromising a lot of authenticity on the ground. Because remember, the Western media always pushes its own agenda towards certain countries in Europe, Russia included. So we've sort of, as the public broadcaster, tried to quell that scourge of misinformation, disinformation by planting our own correspondents in Russia who report from the ground what's really happening. Remember, there was a time when we were relying on Western media. There was a lot of false information that is happening on the ground, especially about the Ukraine, Russia war, the false videos, images, social media drives that were being used. But as South African media, we were to pull a wake-up call. We had to employ our own media people in Russia, Ukraine, and the surrounding countries to report from the ground, to report truth about what's happening. And I can simply say the South African media does not have a bias towards Russia. We are fully informed. We report authenticity, and we are building a friendly relationship from cooperative to bilateral, political, economic, etc. We are having a very sound relationship with Russia. So Russia, you can stay at ease knowing that South Africa is still your friend until further notice. I would also want to commend the public broadcaster for the wide work that they're doing on the ground, bringing information about Russia, because it's not easy for other media houses in South Africa to have correspondence in Russia. But the public broadcaster has done a sterling job. We have all public, all state events that are held in Russia or South Africa between the two countries are widely covered by the Russian correspondents to the SNBC or vice versa. Because our aim as South Africa or as a South African media is to promote an economic cooperation and diplomatic relations with high-level visits of diplomatic exchanges. Even last week, we had the International Governmental Committee of Ministers meeting. We saw all the foreign ministers, both from South Africa and Russia meeting, and all the economic discussions were covered by the South African media. So this is to show that we are not pushing any imperialism or Western agendas or whatever agendas. Our agenda is South African media towards Russia is to promote developmental issues. And I can simply say many opportunities are being brought through these media coverages. For example, there are so many investments that are being agreed or signed between Russia and South Africa. There are so many cultural exchanges that are being signed between Russia and South Africa. There are so many cooperation, emerging industries, opportunities that are coming up through the media coverage between South Africa and Russia. For example, I heard my colleagues talking about students. Many people didn't know that there are many South African students that are studying in Russia until we covered the evacuation during the war. Russia, between the Ukraine-Russia war. So all these kind of developments, we cover them, we tell the audience, we tell the world about them, so that people, even if other regions want to push an agenda to say South Africa is lukewarm towards Russia, we must see Russia as a monster, we always refuse through our media coverage. We always see Russia as a friend. We see Russia as an economic counterpart. We see Russia as a developed nation that is contributing immensely to our development destination. Therefore, the media is left with no option but to cover that stance as well. I will touch a bit on online publications and social media. I'm trying to skip other things. I will skip the economic and political ties because I think I've touched on that. I've touched on the BRICS groups, on the G20. You know, South Africa hosting the G20 this year. Russian counterparts have been in and out of South Africa and vice versa because these are economic platforms that bring about positive change to both countries. It's not a secret. The media is covering it all openly and widely, and you can visit our South African media. You will see that we are promoting these economic exchanges through these bilateral groups, BRICS, G20, United Nations, etc., etc. Let me jump to social media and online. I want to comment the Russian media also because they tap into our media in terms of South Africa and Russia media relations. They also source information from us. I see we have TV BRICS present in South Africa, which is Russian based. And I see there's also, China is also coming up with new media alternatives in South Africa with CCTV. And not to rule out us here, sitting here, this forum also is a testament to the presence of African other media houses tapping into a consistent and authentic source of media coverage. So I will really commend Russia for installing all those media blogs in South Africa. It brings a lot of exchange in terms of information exchange, not misinformation. It quells away the scourge of disinformation. It makes us develop our countries towards a clear narrative. Social media. In South Africa, we've got very robust media monitoring companies. They do not play with misinformation, MDM, misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. So if you come to our country and you want to do all those things of waging war information, displaying wrong images, using wrong sources of media, and reporting wrongly, and maybe portray one country, let's say Russia and South Africa wrongly. We've got strong media organizations like Media Monitoring Africa. They'll come after you. So we've got a strong sense of regularization of media concepts, media dissemination of information, etc., etc. So social media is, I cannot say it's 100% monitored, it's 100% managed, but it is still there. Misinformation will always come. False information will be spread, but we have those monitoring agencies that help us to remain with a good image as a country, to disseminate correct information to the public and to our partners in the world like Russia. Let me conclude.
Yes, we will have some time that we will dedicate to discussions during the roundtable this evening and even tomorrow. Not mind, we will continue discussing. And now, just I will ask you some questions. Thank you very much for your friendly speech. We appreciate it. It was and here it needs, especially from a journalist of the State Corporation of South Africa. And I would like to ask, what kind of resources do you use, like a journalist, for getting all this information about Russia, Russian policy, and so on?
Okay. Remember, as a state broadcaster, one of our biggest mandates is a public mandate. And as we carry a public mandate, we must have all resources to disseminate correct information. We work with the Foreign Affairs Office, which is the international office, and we work with our journalists from Russia. They also give us all this information. And we also have our wires, we work with Reuters. We also have our own researchers. They are very, very, very international. We do a lot of research. We actually put a very big department of researchers here. So we don't just disseminate information, whether digitally, TV or radios, or whatsoever way without involving our researchers. Our work is verified before we go live or we do anything.
And as the Sputnik represents enters the media landscape and media markets of South Africa, you started your speech with greetings in Zulu. Do you think that it's better to travel and to switch to local languages to understand each other better, even more better?
It's a yes and no. I would say it's required, but if you can, it can work into your favor. Remember, we are very big in South Africa in promoting languages and culture. So if you come to our environment and you can speak our language, it's a plus, but it's not a requirement for you to do that.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to add that the relationship between Russia and South Africa is really warm, and because I personally was involved in some processes. For example, last year I was a speaker of our city parliament. Established an agreement with the city of Gauteng, if I mispronounce Gauteng.
Gauteng is the province where you
Province, yes. And now we are working in establishing a friendship between Leningrad region and East Cape, and especially the municipality Makanda. Yes, so
Makanda is a municipality in the Eastern Cape province.
it's happening right now. I hope in St. Petersburg International Economic Forum it will be done. So, and we will work further this way to make South Africa closer to Russia. Thank you.
I would definitely recommend you for that, because South Africa is a very cultural, diverse country. For you to maneuver between Gauteng is like a province of economic hub of South Africa. Eastern Cape, on the other hand, is also upcoming, but Makanda, the particular municipality, is known for cultural diversity. It also holds a lot of arts and culture activities internationally, not only in South Africa. So it's a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to our next speaker, and it will be representative of Ethiopia. Finally, this analysis exploring Russian through Ethiopian media is Seble Gundam Magri. Okay, thank you. Please take this.
So, good afternoon, everyone. It's the lunchtime, so I'm going to speak to English. Okay. So, I came from a city of a television station, I'm thrilled to be speaking at this city event. I'm truly honored to be selected as a speaker for this international forum of Russia, Africa, the way of friendship and cooperation. This event is a remarkable opportunity to foster dialogues and understanding between our nations. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the organizers for considering my expertise to essential this to this important discussions. It is also a privilege to share a stage with the representatives from the Russian media outlets, news agencies, and journalists from across Africa. I invite you all to join me as we dive into our presentation titled Exploring Russia to the Ethiopian Medias. So together we will dive and uncover the unique narratives that shape our understanding of Russia through the lens of Ethiopian media. Again, welcome everyone to Ethiopia. So before I dive into the historical part, I would like to mention some prominent person in Ethiopia from Russia. He's an extraordinary poet, he's a writer, he's a father of modern literature, and he inspired many Ethiopian authors. His name is Alexander Pushkin. Alexander Pushkin is a non-Russian great poet and with an Ethiopian heritage through his great-grandfather symbolizes a deep cultural bond between our nations. And Pushkin holds a special place in the hearts of many Ethiopians, including mine, inspiring countless writers and poets in Ethiopian literary tradition. So he's not the only person who has the hearts of Ethiopian men. Also, many authors in the Russian history, for example, I'm sorry for my pronunciation, but there is different great Russian authors such as Nikolai Gogol, Maxim Gorky, Antonio Chekhov, Fyodor Dostoevsky, and also Mikhail Kolorenko. I'm sorry for the pronunciations for their name. Also in the Alexander Pushkin, in recognition of his legacy, Ethiopia built a hall dedicated to him, further strengthening the ties between our countries. Young readers also in our country are becoming increasingly captivated by the works of Russian authors. Ethiopia and Russia have notably literary connections. Even 30 years ago, we could access expensive books that was written by Russian writers at affordable prices, thanks to the notable publishing houses like, I'm sorry again for the pronunciation, Baraduga, The Progress, and Novosti publishers. So this has deepened our admiration for the great Russian authors. Their works resonate with the universality enriching our cultural landscape and fostering lasting bond between Ethiopian and Russian literature. Let me go back to the history ties. As you know, Ethiopia and Russia have a unique and long-lasting relationship since in the late 19th century. Ethiopia is one of the few countries in the world and the only one country in Africa with which Russia has such a long bilateral relations without imposing conditions on each other and seeking its own benefits. So as we gather for this international journalism forum titled Exploring Russia to Ethiopian Media, I would like to highlight a unique historical connection between the two countries. So when we see the Russian-Ethiopian historical tie, in the 1890s, Russia recognizes Ethiopia's sovereignty. In the 1895, Treaty of Friendship signed, providing a military support against Italian aggression. In the 1935, USSR aids Emperor Haile Selassie during the Italian invasion. In the 1974, Soviet support for the Marx regime begins, including military and economic aid. Also, in recent years, there is a military cooperation between two countries. Ethiopia has engaged several Russian companies for military supplies and technology, enhancing its defense capability. And also in the economic investment, Russian firms are increasingly involved in developing Ethiopia's infrastructure, including energy and also transportation sectors. When we see the economic investment, recently Ethiopia joined the BRICS. So So it is a big step for the two countries to cooperate more. And in the diplomatic engagement, there is increased diplomatic exchange between Ethiopia and Russia leaders, strengthening bilateral relations. So when we come to how the media portrayed Russia, the media representation of Russia in Ethiopia is shaped by different factors. For example, in the cultural portrayal, in the political representation, in the economic coverage, and also in the educational cooperation. In addition to this, let me highlight some points about how cultural portrayal influences the representation of Russia through Ethiopian media. So, in the cultural portrayal, the media gives a positive depictions through different cultural festivals about Russia. In the economic coverage, the Ethio-Russia economic partnership through growing investment and trade with significant implications for the development. In the educational cooperation, the local media, the Ethiopian media covers Russia's offering scholarship for Ethiopian students in various fields, particularly in engineering and medicine, as well as a collaborative program between Ethiopian University and Russian institutions. So, in addition to this, there is growing investment that the Russian companies are joining the market here in Ethiopia. They are engaging in key projects like energy, transportation, and also construction. In the agricultural cooperation, there is also initiatives aimed to improve food security and facilitate technology transfer in agriculture. Also, in the export and import sector, Ethiopia exports are increasing in the past few years. So, Ethiopia exports different agricultural products to the Russia, and Russia instead the Ethiopia imports machinery and military equipment from Russia. I can say that there has been a recent increase in bilateral trade, highlighting economic interests between two countries. So when we see the emerging countries, the coverage of Russia by Ethiopian media is multi-based, driven by the geopolitical, economic, and cultural factors, including Addis, Ethiopia, where I work, and also the state-owned media, Ethiopian Broadcasting Corporation (EBC), Fana Broadcasting Corporate, and also other private and independent news outlets, and also social media platforms produce variety of news analysis and programs about Russia. Where I work at Addis, Ethiopia, on a daily basis, we do have a program that lasts 20 up to 15 minutes daily on a daily basis that analyzes how the Russian geopolitical and also different current affairs affect the globe. So, in the coverage of Russia and Ukraine war, Addis, Ethiopia and other media follow a neutral reporting, and they maintain a neutral stance focusing on humanitarian impacts and the global directions. In the analysis of geopolitical implications, there is a program that discusses how the conflict affects global politics, particularly in Africa. And also in the political relationship with other countries, our media give a coverage for that highlights the Russia's relationship with nations like Belarus and China, emphasizing shared interests. And also our Ethiopian media cover the Russia's alliance influence, that Ethiopia's geopolitical standing and its own relationships with the Western nations. So when we see the major challenges while the media represented Russia, there is different challenges. The very first one is there is misinformation and stereotypes. Under this, there is sensationalism. Few media outlets may sensationalize events related to Russia, contributing to fear-based narratives rather than balanced reporting. And also there is lack of nuance. Coverage often leads lack of depth, failing to explore the complexity of Russia's role in the global and regional context. Also, there is a problem in language. We have, even in our, before we do have a language barrier, we don't find information and interviews in English. Most of time. So that's the major language barrier in conveying information in interview. There's also a communication check. The journalists may struggle with limited Russian language proficiency, hindering their ability to gather information and conduct interviews effectively. And there is also access to information. In the language barrier, the language barrier can restrict access to local sources, documents, and official statements, impacting the depth and accuracy of reporting. In the culture, as you know, Ethiopia has more than 18 nations and nationalities of peoples of Ethiopia. So we do have different language, we do have different culture. You know, something which is good for one region is not good for others, you know. So there is a cultural sensitivity. So the journalists must navigate different cultures in Russia, knowing which is valuable for their story and framing their stories. So the major thing that I want to pinpoint is there is a lack of Russian media promotion in Ethiopia. Ethiopia faces a significant challenge regarding the promotion of Russian media. While Russian literature has greatly influenced Ethiopian culture, there is also a noticeable lack of documentaries and films that showcase Russia's rich history and also contemporary society. This absence limits the depth of understanding and appreciation for the rich Russian culture among Ethiopian audiences. Without, as you know, today's world is all about videos, is all about short videos, is all about visibility. So without accessible visual media, it becomes difficult for Ethiopians to engage fully with the Russian narratives and perspectives. To foster a more robust cultural exchange, it's essential for the Russian media to invest in producing and distributing documentaries, films in Ethiopia. This will not only enhance cultural awareness, but also strengthen the ties between the two nations. When it comes to the Ethiopian media, sourcing news and information, Ethiopian media currently, actually the media currently establish a relationship with the Western media. So they source information from there, like TV, Aljazeera, and also other media. So here is the major problem. But in the positive side, Ethiopia and Russia media have different collaboration. We could mention the current, the recent inauguration of Sputnik in Africa and Ethiopia. There is a joint initiative that both countries end up fostering bilateral understanding to share media products. So the inauguration of Sputnik, which marks a significant milestone for the Russian media outlet, is the first to broadcast in English and Amharic language here in Ethiopia. So this launch is a key development in the strengthening of Russia-Ethiopian relations, as well as the broader ties between Russia and African continents. But as I mentioned earlier, yet still this is not enough. We, Ethiopia, want more, to get to know more Russia better than this. So we need to work on that. But at least we can mention that Russia has taken a significant steps in expanding its media presence. There's different opportunities for the two countries to work together here under cooperation that could further enhance understanding between Russian and Ethiopian media. In the cultural exchange, there is art residency and culinary festivals. In the education initiatives, there is scholarships and online courses. Even our Ethiopian elites have been studied in Russia. Our professors, our doctors, our engineers were studied in Russia, universities and institutions. In the media project, as I mentioned earlier, we have to do documentaries in bilingual podcasts for both countries to get to each other more. In the business forum, Ethiopia is opening its economies to the foreign countries recently. There is a new development in the investment policies, so we could do together a trade expo and startups, incubators, and environmental collaboration. We could do a joint research and sustainable workshops. So these initiatives aim to foster deeper connection and cooperation between Russia and Ethiopia. The responsibility is not only Russians. The responsibility is not only the Russian media, but also it's also Ethiopian media. When I conclude my presentation, I have put some way forwards, the factors of the importance of media in promoting a positive of Russian beyond. The first one is cultural understanding. As you know, media serve as a bridge in promoting cultural exchange and appreciation between Russia and Ethiopia. And the second one is, as you know, media plays a crucial role in shaping public perceptions, balanced and nuanced reporting can counter stereotypes and misinformation, fostering a more equal view of Russia. And also, and the third, the strengthening the diplomatic relationship by highlighting cooperation in areas like education, trade, and culture. Ethiopian media can boost diplomatic ties and encourage collaborative efforts between nations. And the public diplomacy, media acts as a tool for public diplomacy, influencing not only local audiences but also a global perception. Encouraging the engagement also is another way forward. There has to be a positive media narratives that can inspire increased engagement in partnership opportunities in various sectors. In summary, both the Ethiopian and Russian media's role is vital in crafting a favorable image of Russia, facilitating dialogue and fostering strong connection between Ethiopia and globally. Finally, I want to say thank you all for your attention and your engagement throughout this presentation. We have uncovered the diverse narratives and perspectives that shapes our understanding of Russia and its relationship with Ethiopia. As we move forward, I encourage each of you to continue fostering dialogue and collaboration between our nations. The insights shared today are just the beginning of a richer conversation that can deepen our mutual understanding and cooperation. Thank you once again for this opportunity, and I look forward to any questions and discussions with you. Please,
Thank you so much for your speech. Very inspiring. I can say I want to work more to establish some Ethiopian organizations or working. I don't know. I just want to maybe. So, my question is about language. You said there are barriers, and I wanted to ask how studying of Russian language in Ethiopia is all it isn't.
What I was in the tea break, I was talking to some colleagues, and I found someone talking Amharic. She's Russian, and I was amazed because Russian universities are now giving lectures in Amharic, right? So this is another relationship that's building as a serves as a gap to fill the gap as a bridge, you know. So here in Ethiopia, as you know, our mother tongue is Amharic, and our media is mostly in Amharic. They translate in Amharic, so rather than Amharic, they use English, which is official. Even if it's not official language, we use as a second language is English. So, for example, in my experience, I want to cover some news from Russia, and when I googled it, Russian media present the news and the information in Russia most of the time. I don't know whether it's the problem is with the websites. I don't know the problem is with the where I find the information is, but there is a language barrier. So I recommend the Russian media giving trainings, especially for the media, for the journalists. How can they, interpret information, jargons, and some language that is like a formal language to use in a daily basis in their interview, while interviewing people, while giving feedback.
And how do you think should we establish more educational programs to study Russian in Ethiopia? Or there is no necessary?
We do have more than 13 universities in Ethiopia. So when I was studying my degree, there used to be a Russian teacher. He's studying another subject, but also willingly he gave us Russian language with his part-time. So it's good to collaborate with our universities to give Russian language, especially in the journalism departments, so that journalists have more know about Russia. Yeah.
So I hope we can make some university to university connection to the streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Therefore, ask our next speaker to join the Senate. It's Ebeyene Regime Daniel Bonita, is representing Cameroon, Yaoundé, journalist of the Ministry of Communication of Cameroon. Okay, please.
Добрый день. Меня зовут Даниэль Ванита. Я живу в Яоунде, Камерун, моя страна. Я хорошо говорю по-французски и по-английски. Я изучаю русский язык. Пожалуйста, I'm going to continue in English language. I'm called Daniel Wanita, journalist from Cameroon. I am a Cameroonian French expression. So I want to thank the organizers, to this opportunity given to me to present or to talk about the reciprocal representation of Russia and Cameroon in each other's media. I have some presentation in PowerPoint. Marina, please connect. Okay. Now, excuse me, with your permission, I'll stand up. That's my state, the reciprocal representation of Cameroon and Russia in each other's media. Also, I am a student. I'm writing a master's degree at the International Relations Institute of Cameroon. And my thesis is based on Russian policies in communication based in Africa, and my study case is Russia today. Now, my presentation has three main points. Marina, don't know why doesn't want to. Okay, the plans. I have three points. The context, the news going on from the Cameroonian media space on Russia. Finally, the media coverage. Okay. Russian media are watched in Cameroon, my country, and what French lecturer has made some studies to him, or according to his study or his research, he said, in Africa, 3 countries will produce content from the RT and Sputnik News in 2018. Those 3 countries were Ivory Coast, Cameroon, and Algeria. Talking about Cameroon, I would like to say that RT signals are received. We have RT satellite signal in Cameroon, as you can see. We have MinSec 3A HD and SES 5ST. Also, we have some internet platform, notably Nextel and Yabadu MTNC. Now, we move to the next point. News going on from the Cameroonian media space on Russia. In other words, the topics that Cameroon or Cameroonian media are talking about Russia. We have the foreign policies of Russia in Africa. From my personal research in year 2022, 2023, and 2024, those were the main topic in the Cameroon media programs. The conflicts, impacts between Russia and Ukraine in Africa. Then, the shift of African countries to Russia partnership. We know in the years 2020, we see how Russia is moving. We have more cooperation, military cooperation, economic cooperation between Russia and some African countries. And the former countries, let me say their traditional partner, France and Great Britain, are a little bit left out. So those are some topics that Cameroonian media are talking about in their program. Also, the Russian foreign policy in Syria. All of us, we are following the news or the actualities. Now, the media coverage in Cameroon. Okay, this is the snippet is book for it is video. I don't know why it was not there, but I wanted us to hear from that what President Putin was talking with President Paul Biya, president of my country. Sorry, that's the element that I've prepared. I don't know why. Okay, we move to the next point. Yeah, 2023, President Putin has a face-to-face with President Paul Biya, and they were discussing about the relationship between Cameroon and Russia. Okay, we move forward. So, during the discussion, Cameroonian government media spoke about the actuality of the news. So, from what I census, we have Le Temps des Opposants, a magazine from the Cameroonian presidency. So we have some dossier or many points where the relation between Cameroon and Russia was discussed. Also, the Cameroon radio and television, the audiovisual or the national audiovisual media in Cameroon. So we have some magazine inside the presidency or president's statute where those relationships between Cameroon and Russia were discussed. Now, talking about the media coverage, we still have private media, and also private media that are talking about Russia. We have Africa Media, we have For You Africa, we have Vision Catch, and Alpha TV. I would like to mention that in this media, there are some daily or weekly programs talking about the deployment of Russia in Africa. As I said before, what Russia is doing, the partnership between Russia and some other countries in Africa. So it's really discussed there in the Cameroon media space. Now, now we are talking about RT en français. As I said before, in Cameroon, we are receiving Russia Today signals. We are receiving Russia Today in English, Russia Today in French. We can have TV signals, we can have their website, medias in Cameroon, information space. This is, for instance, a report from the RT en français talking about Cameroon. We know that in 2025, Cameroon is going to have a presidential election, and it will be a worldly or universal event because my country has, can say it, the most eldest president in the world. So Russian media are going to talk about that and other foreign media. So that was one of the reports. This year, it was in January 2025. Also, RT is using Cameroon medias like source of information. This one was in February 2020. The manifestation where a young Cameroonian went to the French embassy in Cameroon and they spoke about what happened in France, how they did not respect the Cameroonian presidents, and Russia, especially President Macron, he said a word, he said something, and Cameroonian public or Cameroonian opinion didn't like it, and Russia en français use it as a discretion in their website. To conclude, I would like to say that Russian media and Russia is a newcomer in the Cameroonian space information. You know, we have received Russia RT en français in 2017. You see, Russia en français is the, let me say, the latest international media coming in Africa. We used to have the traditional international media, BBC, RFI, but now we have also RT en français. And you know that in Africa, we have the French phone. So when Russia en français came, now we are watching new type of information giving. Of the Russian regards of the worldly events. And also, as I say, Russian media are giving us international news. That was all I have prepared. Thank you for your attention. We pick our union colleague, thank you very much. We are without my report. We are very comfortable. That's why we propose to postpone my report to the after lunch time. And now it's 8. We invite everybody to the rest. and come back. You need to show your badges or at the entry. Let's see.
Yes, so the buses will come here by the business center, and we landed them and go to lunch, and then return by the time depicted in the schedule. Come back here to proceed our roundtable and discuss what we've known so far. Okay, so let's do a round of applause for our moderators.
Dear participants, thank you that you returned to our round table. I just want to show you once again this core pod. If you don't have a connection, please take a photo, and we would like to invite you to join, and then we can discuss. As you know, we plan to make a resolution by the end of this forum, so we would like to invite you to discuss this problem, this question that were raised today. And we can send the private invitation if needed. I would like to introduce the moderators of our roundtable. Victoria Budanova, and also Anna Fomina, the correspondent of the biggest informational agency in Russia, TASS. So, Victoria, I give you the word. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Marina. Hope you are not tired, not very tired, because me, I have also my reports to present to you, because I hadn't got time before lunch. I hope I will be able to showcase you how Sputnik works. We will also have a video at the end of my presentation. But let's start. Today we have spoken a lot about Russia in African media, the image of Russia in Africa, on the African continent. But we haven't spoken yet about the African image in Russia. And I must say that it is of interest of the media in Russia. Africa attracts the processes of the continent are followed more and more closely. In Russia, Telegram is very popular, for example, this platform as Telegram. It is very popular as a news platform where one can get information immediately. And on Telegram, we have already many channels dedicated to the African continent, to Russia-Africa dialogue, to some other issues concerning Africa. And this content targets the Russian audience, and people get to know more about what is happening on the continent and about traditions and customs of your people, about African peoples on the whole. What is to notice is that African and Russian people have much in common, to start with some kind of mental particularities like soul, maybe you have noticed it, and to continue with values that we share together. Russians and Africans are united also by history. We still remember the Soviet time and the fights of Africans for liberation, the participation of the Soviet Union in helping Africans to reclaim their countries from colonizers. The Soviet Union developed then infrastructure projects, trained specialists, provided technical and military support and assistance. We still remember it when it comes to speak about Africa and ties with Africa. We have a perception of your people like our friends. It's true that after the fall of the Soviet Union, our country was occupied with its interior affairs and with creating a new political and social order. And we had a pause. And now Russia restarts and continues building bridges with the countries of the continent and including information sphere. So In Russian media, Africa becomes more and more present, as you see. Articles explaining a vision of African countries of global affairs on Russia continent cooperation. We get more viral content from your countries with its joyful dances, colorful dresses, rich nature, and so on. Russians are more and more attracted by African touristic destinations. This is also a part of the job of journalists, us, to provide people with this kind of information. We speak about the continent more also due to intensification of political dialogue between Moscow and African capitals. You know that already two big forums, Russia-Africa, have been held since 2019, and this event is appreciated from both sides. The image of Russia and the perception of Russian media, the image of Russia on the whole, all it has become something more clear, more close to the African public. And as I've tried to expose, the African continent has re-entered the minds of Russians, ensure that progresses are to be done, but we are on the right way already, we're sure. And I'm pleased to hear during regional media conferences on the continent from colleagues, from simple listeners, that we are very welcome as Russian media. We are very welcome to Africa, that they were waiting for us to get impartial and sometimes alternative points of view on the geopolitics, on everything that is happening in the world. There are many to say that they are tired and they are fed up even with mainstream propaganda of Western outlets, and we heard it today also. These outlets which took a lot of information space in Africa. Sometimes your colleagues and simple Africans call it colonization of the continent's media landscape. With the construction of the multiple world, where all voices are supposed to have the right to be heard, it becomes clear that the monopoly on information is not is not what the largest part of the world desires. In this context, cooperation between our media and exchange of first-hand information becomes crucial for media of Global South and alternative formats of cooperation like BRICS and their media. This is what we used to propose to our media partners from Africa and what we plan to do in the future. And now I invite you to see a small video about Sputnik, and I will continue explaining what we are. So you have now an idea of what we are, Sputnik Africa. Me, I represent the African department of Sputnik, as you know. And here you could see that we have websites in English and French. And attention, please, today we are launching our version in Amharic. So we will have an Amharic version of Sputnik Africa website, I mean. But in Amharic, we have already our Telegram channel and application also. And we have launched some projects on social media in Amharic. We also have just opened our representation here, just in this building, 2 months ago, in presence of our head of the upper chamber of our parliament, Valentina Matvienko, and her counterpart, Ethiopian counterpart, Agenia Khurpeshage, from the House of Representatives in Ethiopia. It was a great moment for us, and it's pushed our teams and the Ethiopian team, as well as teams in English and French that we have pushed a lot to do more quality content, good quality content on different platforms and different formats. And as you have also seen, we have radio programs. This is what we broadcast on local radio stations in Africa. Already we cover 7 countries like Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Guinea, Zambia, Botswana, and Cameroon. So there we put our programs, we mostly in prime time, and here you can listen to analysis of different experts, of official politicians, African politicians, because we interview a lot of African officials. Recently, as I've already explained, we have received in Moscow the delegation of ministers of foreign affairs of Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, the confederations of states of Sahel. And 1 week ago, there was a delegation from South Africa with the head of delegation, the Minister of Foreign Affairs also. So, and all of them were interviewed by our correspondents, by our journalists, and this kind of contact we broadcast in our radio programs, and we put it on our platforms like social media applications and everything that you have seen on the video. We have also training courses for journalists, for students. Recently, me, for example, I discussed with students of the Ethiopian University, and also we had some training courses for journalists of Niger and Chad. It's called Sputnik Pro, and within these courses, your journalists are able to get to know with our principles, working principles, our maybe technical skills that we practice, AI tools that we can show, that we can advise, and so on. Tomorrow, I hope I will have a chance to show you more of what we are using in terms of artificial intelligence. It's an interesting topic, and we will have a chance to discuss on it. And maybe you will also expose your vision of problems linked to the use of artificial intelligence, and maybe already you can advise also your instruments that you use during your daily job. So I have already spoken about training courses that we do, all the platforms that we develop. I think that for us journalists of Russia and African countries, we need to discuss more on crucial topics, on to avoid the propagation of fake news. And for example, a direct dialogue, in my opinion, with editor-in-chiefs, with director general of African media, it's also a solution, because when we speak together, when we talk together directly, we can understand each other better, and it saves our time, and we can tell it to our teams after it's directly also. So I think this kind of event that we have today, it's very useful for exchanging such ideas. That's why I invite you to discuss on everything that we have talked about today, and maybe you will you would like to share your impressions, your reactions on what has been told today by everybody from African parts and from Russian parts. So you are free, and I will also give the floor to my colleague, please. Thank you, Victoria, for your report. It was very interesting. We had a lot of reports today. We talked about different challenges that we have in our work promoting Russian African views on African continent and in Russia. But now let us speak more freely about what you see in the field when you work with Russia from your side, and when we work with African people, when we write our views. And first of all, we would like to hear to those who didn't have their reports today, Ethiopian journalists, but as well those who have come here from other countries and who already had their reports. And maybe you would share your insights on what would you do first when you try to change the way Russian and African media communicate. What would you personally do as your first chance to try to change this? We can give mic, yes? Yes. You can just raise your hand and we'll give you mics. And yeah, so maybe everyone will say at least introduce yourself. Yeah, is it okay to say a couple of words for everyone?
Okay, my name is Johan Salomon. I'm from Asian Television. I'm in the collective for Asian Television. So, especially in the African Russia, we think that we have an opportunity now because the power of media is, we know all the power. There is a VOA in different language, but now it's closed. So it's an opportunity to start in different language. So it gives us an opportunity because a lot of medias needs to have information from Russia's TVs. As a television station, we just need to have information that we can get vast of information to Russia's media, because most of the Russian media transmit with the Russian language. So this is a good beginning. So we will have their own contribution. Thank you.
Very much.
My name is Yusuf. I'm an editor of digital media, and I'm interested in Russian history, Russian media, as well as civilization, as well against Russian civilization. I'm concerned to know more about Russian development and media landscape.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, my name is Nelson Barreto from a radio station here in Addis, 97.6, and I'm very happy to join this station. My reflection on this idea, I also sent my views on your email. The biggest challenges in ensuring balanced reporting and to only focus on opportunities. The exciting is the BRICS framework offers a significant opportunity to strengthen our collaboration and to bring a more equal representation of Africa to the conservation. Another point is Sputnik, the major Russian media outlet, already has a studio in Addis Ababa. This provides an excellent platform to create a professional strings and improve the quality of information between the two countries. My key initiative would be the BRICS Media Forum also. This will allow greater news sources to connect to report more international reporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Tekina. I'm from Indian freelancer and starting for few days. And we got this chance, this international forum. I'm very happy. I'm attending a good session. Thanks so much. I'm coming from Ethiopia, which is non-governmental organization and a public relation officer there. I wanted to know about Russia on this base. I know in the first case, I know the Russian history before 40 years ago, not now. I know Zara, the Tolstoy's history in Amharic, in English. I know the Pushkin history in his books. But after 40 or after 30 days, we don't have another media like in Amharic. They are converted from Russia to Amharic books in Addis Ababa especially. But nowadays there is no this kind of books in Addis Ababa city, especially the bookstores. That if you want to please do some training in Russian library, and some also, if possible, give a course in different universities of Ethiopia. That's my idea, which I do. Thank you.
I would like to react on this remark because last year, I think our university started courses of Amharic language. So maybe this will solve this problem, and we will have an opportunity later to translate all our books of our poets, of our writers in Amharic. This is, I think, a good news for us as for you. And we start learning local African languages. Restart.
I recognize your ambassador before this ambassador speaks English, he reads the phone, he speaks Arabic, he's interpreting in one.
Okay, thank you. So, please.
Thank you. I'm Mr. Karawul from BBC, the Ethiopian Broadcasting Corporation. This is a state media. Mostly we African journalists are using Safat Western media as a source, as a news source, mainly here in Ethiopia, because there is a lot of source from the Russian media, like sometimes we use Sputnik, Africa, and RT, and sometimes STAS. So there is a limited access by many reasons. Nowadays, the Western media like BBC, CNN, Al Jazeera, and mentions for us, because of there is a lack of Russian media. We need more connection between Africa and
to Russia. So you have to create awareness for the journalists who are working in the media and African media to use as a source for that the Russian media outlets as a main source to interact with the content people. So I observed that there is a gap. This one is the first one going to meet Russia. So you have to do this many times, and you have to support the African medias, just like by training, as others mentioned, financial and material. So on that route, we can become close and invest in this. That the content is not only dark. All the Western medias, especially reporting all the bad side of the content. This is the dark side of the conflict, like something accidental war or something like that. So just even if the Chinese media still penetrates the African media platform. So we have to work on that step. Just it is I have that Sputnik Africa has opened its frontier. Yeah, it's really so that's a good step, and you have to work closely to be based for the two continents and for the people of each countries. So as my sister, the parents was mentioned, just were related not only to current situation, but were deeply connected with the history and the past of the region, that the country continued with wasting. So we have to do work on that to connect journalists from the both media and side. So that's my advice. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Stu, and I'm from Addis Ababa University. This university is premier and flagship in this country, and I'm working as radio reporter, community radio reporter there. As one of our presenter has already mentioned before the lunch, Russia and our country Ethiopia have many bilateral cooperation and friendship relations. As educational institution, Addis Ababa University has also many relations with universities in your country, Russian universities. So this kind of relationship will help to improve the professionalism capacity of the two, I mean, the industry, the media industry in the two countries and continents. You know, every nation and continent have its own alternative truths. So to strengthen this kind of, to tell this alternative truths, the two nations need professional cooperation. So I will be part. I hope I will be part of the academic cooperation between Addis Ababa University and universities from your countries. So I hope this kind of friendship will be very impactful in the future. Thank you.
Sorry, I have a very good follow-up question. Are there students who study Russian in your university, at your university? We spoke a lot about language problems today, and it's just curious.
Please, again.
So are there students who study Russian at your university, Russian language?
Yeah, of course. We have one radio program. It works relating to Russian language and the relationship between languages from your country and our country. So we have many agreements with your higher institutions in the scholarship in education sector. So we made many reports, news stories regarding those kind of cooperations. So this will be very impactful in that before, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Mine is a comment followed by a question. I want to commend you and Sputnik for the great work that you are doing in Africa. You recently emerged and you seem to be spreading nicely in Africa, and we see you from the horn to the tip of Africa. We see you well. But my question is, how have you managed to deal with the issue of propaganda and misinformation? Because I suppose every media house is suffering from that issue. As Sputnik as an emerging colleague of say in the industry, how are you managing to clear away this problem?
Thank you for your question. If you mean what tools do we have to counter this propaganda, I think we have the same instruments that you have. You've spoken about your capacities in doing research, in good research. This is what we teach to our newcomers to the profession. Actually, it's the same way. For example, when you receive a news, you go to the source, the first source, and we prefer first-hand information. That's why we have our correspondents on the ground in African countries. In our case, we have also our representations with local journalists. We go to the official websites of institutions to confirm the information. So we verify everything, actually. And this is, I think, the way to counter all propaganda and to maybe tell the untold. This is our motto, telling the untold, because propaganda and fake news, it's not only the information that is shown and misinformation that is shown and published, but it's also the information that was silenced. Another side of the events, another side of the what has happened, for example, during conflicts and so on. So reflecting different points of views, giving the opportunity for the audience to get all information on the event. It's developed also the critical mind of our audience, and like this, we try to fight against fake news and propaganda. I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, I hear you, especially on the research part. I totally agree with you. That's the foundation. Otherwise, we're all misinformed.
You know, now, for example, our agency work a lot with agencies in Africa, like NAMCO in Namibia, for example, like North African agencies in Algeria, in Morocco, Tunisia, and they provide with local information. We also collaborate with the Burundi's agency, news agency, and it allows us to get the information from the very country that we address, and like this we can compare the information with what was given by Reuters or Associated Press, and we see the difference. And like this, if we compare, then we have a chance to find the middle, you see. I think this is the same with our agency, because if you use our information, you also can see the difference.
Yes, true. Comparative analysis.
Yes.
Thank you, Lydia. Am I supposed to direct questions to both of you, or I can throw it back to the audience?
As you wish. It's up to you.
I'm sorry about this, but I want to speak to my brothers and sisters from the Ethiopian media landscape. Coming from South Africa, I'll say we have a huge community of Ethiopian brothers and sisters, and most of them, they're in the businesses, they do businesses, social community businesses. We hardly see your presence as media in South Africa. This is like a quiz to you, or something to sleep on, to think about in terms of collaborations, in terms of bringing the African Union agenda of unity in Africa. You can't have such a huge community of your brothers and sisters in South Africa, and as media, you don't report anything about the good things that they're doing. There are other bad things there because we're all human beings, but they're doing a lot of community development, but we don't see you as Ethiopian media. I leave that in your hands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Iskandar. Very happy to be here and say something. And Russia have a good relationship, and to see a good relationship of between two countries in our medias, especially in the government medias and also others. So I can tell you that the relationship is good. And I'm also happy to learn that Sputnik Africa is about to start in Amharic. So that's a good thing, that now we can listen here directly in Amharic, which means our local language. So many.
We no longer have a language barrier.
Exactly. Not only actually in Amharic, so I wish you also try to come up with, we have a number of languages in Ethiopia, so others will also get understanding about it. So it's also good opening of the Sputnik Africa Bureau in Addis Ababa in February 19, 2025. So I believe this presents significant opportunity, as you mentioned, for enhancing media representation and fostering, cultural exchange between two countries and also Africa. So I believe this new venture represents an additional avenue for strengthening the economic, social, and overall cooperation between Russia and also Africa. As one of presenter mentioned today, much of the information we get from many of the African medias about Russia nowadays are mainly, I quote, mainly about conflict and similar things. I believe one of the reasons is one of the lack of media expert. We mainly tend to see those conflict-related information, but now we get a chance to learn more about other important information. So now Sputnik I believe Sputnik can now amplify the local voices and perspectives that are often underrepresented in the global narratives. So this is the opening of this Sputnik in Africa, head office in Ethiopia. The initiative not only allow for the highlighting of important regional issues and achievement, but also encourage a more nuanced understanding of Africa's diverse culture and also challenge. It also creates opportunities. I learned that many of the staffs are working are Ethiopians. So which means it's creating job for Ethiopian, for local journalists, media professionals, and thereby contributing the development of more robust media landscape in the region. So in addition, it also promotes local narratives, you know. So I believe this specific view can facilitate partnership between the African media outlet, not only other medias, voice medias and institutions, to leading to the kind of building collaboration projects. So I do have some other informations, but for now, I will thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So this was a nice introduction from all of you. We were very happy to hear your thoughts, and I hope that we will speak on other topics now. One of the participants mentioned the BRICS like a source for communication between different journalists from different countries, and we know that among African countries, there are those who are either the members of the BRICS or the partners of the BRICS. And last year, TAS organized a media forum for journalists from all over the world, not only from those countries who are in BRICS, but also other countries. And personally, I met a lot of people from Africa there, and it was a very nice experience. And I really hope that next year we'll see BRICS media forums in other countries, and we will manage to speak to each other, to our African colleagues and to colleagues from Latin America, Asia, other countries. Yes, and we also mentioned many times today that communication is one of the main sources. So I just wanted to ask you, how often do you speak to your Russian colleagues? Maybe you go to different forums in other countries, and you have some friends, Russian friends, or do you perceive that there is a lack of communication also on this level? So do you have maybe correspondence in Russia, although I understand that it might be challenging for African broadcasting corporations sometimes, but definitely there should be some. Or you can just share your thoughts on other topics. Yes, please.
There's no one responding. Let me just respond, because I'm one of the people who presented about having a presence of correspondence in Russia to South Africa. I wouldn't say there's a language barrier in our case, because most of our stringers or correspondents in Russia, they speak English very well. I'm sure you know Dasha, she's very well spoken. Fortunately, she doesn't have to present in Russian language, so she uses English most of the time. Even when I had mentioning that our foreign affairs minister was there last week, they did interview him in English. There was no language barrier. We did cover that. We always cover all Russian aspects, whether it's diplomatic, whether it's intergovernmental or state visits or BRICS, whatever you can mention. We always use English as a language of exchange in communication. We're not expressing that. Maybe if we go to communities, maybe to interview the Russia about South Africa or to comment about any issue around these platforms that I mentioned, maybe we might experience that, but so far I think we are suited. Even in Ukraine, we have been corresponding, we don't have that. But hope I'm answering. Are you answered?
Yes, I'm answered. Thank you. Thank you. Just to develop on what was said, yes, for South Africa, maybe there is no language barrier. But as for French-speaking African countries, you know that there is a movement, and they denounce French, and they just left, if I'm not mistaken, the Francophonie organization. It means that you have French like a working language, but people will prefer speaking local languages. And I think this is something that becomes more and more popular in many African countries, even in English-speaking countries. What would you say on it?
I think I'm the chosen one today. So I'll comment instead of answering your question. We normally urge translators. We normally invite translation so that we can afford and accord every community that we deal with to understand, especially with French countries. We normally, if we have got a broadcast from a French country with a French correspondent who can't speak English, which is a rare occurrence. But let's say we've got an analyst who can't really speak English, we normally invite translators. I know AI is doing a good job, but as a public broadcaster, we cannot trust that technology. I'm not saying it's a bad technology, but we need to speak from an original point of view and authenticity. So normally we hire translators or invite translators to translate on behalf of. Normally it's something that happens in BRICS, United Nations, where there are more than 10 official other languages that will be broadcasted with the same main language, which is English or French. So we try to copy that. But sometimes economically it's not easy, but it's not easy to hire translators, but we try to do that. I think other broadcasters can copy that as well.
So, and you wanted to answer the previous question? Yeah. Yes, please.
Just from another question.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, from you, maybe, are you finding any difficulty in reaching the Swahili-speaking audience? Because I believe we have about 200 million Swahili speakers in East Africa. And I hear you now, here you are launching Sparkling Amari.
Yes, exactly. And as I've said during our session, actually Tanzania is the next place where we will put our representation, official representation of Sputnik with a local team speaking in Swahili. And I hope that this year or next year we will have a chance to introduce our team to you, and maybe we even can work together on different issues. And as for Russia, Swahili is also one of the languages that now are taught in Russian universities and even schools. And it was launched, I think, a year or two ago. That's why I think soon we will have many experts speaking local African languages, and it will contribute to developing of our relationships.
Yeah.
And just to also, we have spoken about Amharic, and our colleague from Ethiopia told us that when she goes to Russian media websites, she can't understand what is written. But my question is, for now, as you know, Google and other navigators and translation in different languages. Is Amharic a part of this Google program or of other navigators? Why do you have this problem? This is the question.
Of course, it does have Amharic, like you can change Russian into Amharic, but at the same time, you find a problem with a correct transition. It does not translate correctly. So that's going to use the information. That's the problem.
But they develop AI instruments, and I think soon maybe have a good translation of local languages. But this is a big problem for local languages in Africa. It's not very well represented.
Question.
Yes, please.
Yes.
There is a mic there.
Okay. Thank you. I also thanks also considering that the hospital of Addis Ababa, so-called Balta Hospital, Malkar done, and also Bahada Polytechnic it is used, which is founded by Russia. I asked some, sir, the one to have a television from West Africa, he has a problem with satellites. They are rejecting with French, they are also rejecting with the English from two satellites. Do you have another portal like this? And they are beyond the Russians. Do you help this kind of radio stations or television stations to substitute when they are rejected from the other satellites?
You asked me about it because we are called Sputnik, because it was a Soviet satellite. Actually, we are not linked to this kind of technology. So Sputnik now, it's a radio, it's a news agency and radio. It's a media. That's why it is difficult for me to answer on this question. But as I know, Russia develops different satellites, and maybe soon we will have our own possibilities and capacities to work on our own satellites. But I'm not special. I'm sorry.
I think he is raising a fundamental question. Like Emil mentioned earlier in the day. If, for example, you are on DSTV, okay, and even forget the African media, RT was on DSTV, and before we knew it, it was off. Now, what do you then do to audiences in Africa who would like to continue watching RT? And the only available means is DSTV, for example, or like you say, Canal Plus, and such and such. Are there other avenues, or are there other, avenues you're exploring to ensure that, much as these other platforms have removed channels like RT and others, I think there was Press TV as well. Then how do you reach your audiences in Africa if these platforms do decide we don't need you in our platform? Because their audience is there. And we cannot take away their right also to be informed by alternative sources of news. If I capture what you was. This is correct. Thank you.
Hello, my first challenge. After the forum, I promise you, I speak English. I speak English. But give me the chance to get this the moment to speak French. Heureusement, ma soeur va traduire. Hein? Donc, 10 moments, je vais parler en français. Alors voilà, c'est maintenant que moi personnellement, je mesure que vous avez plusieurs chaînes, vous avez plusieurs canaux d'information, et c'est au sein du territoire riche pour moi. D'autres puissances, d'autres pays cherchent à s'implanter dans quelques pays africains, même si ce n'est pas la totalité. Qu'est-ce qui retient la Russie ou qu'est-ce qui vous retient, n'est-ce pas, de faire la même chose, de créer certainement des écoles d'apprentissage dans nos pays pour permettre à l'ensemble ou à quelques-uns de s'intéresser à votre langue avant que ce partenariat ne prospère? C'est ma première question. La deuxième question, aujourd'hui, c'est l'Afrique qui s'est réunie pour écouter la Russie. En retour, la Russie écoute l'Afrique à travers les représentants de la sphère médiatique. L'une des attentes, vous l'avez dit, c'est la consolidation de cette amitié entre la Russie et l'Afrique. Vous n'avez pas d'autres attentes, puisque vous avez écouté tout le monde. Il y a la question de formation, de renforcement des capacités. Il y a la formation de représentativité culturelle de la langue. Est-ce que vous n'avez pas vu des attentes qui pouvaient aboutir à, n'est-ce pas, à sceller des partenariats avec quelques médias africains qui pouvaient être, au-delà de leur rôle dans leur pays, d'être vos représentants? Merci.
Okay. Our colleague is saying that in Africa we are seeing more of French or BBC or French or Britain medias, and they are everywhere. What can prevent Russia to do the same? That was the first question. And secondly, now Africa and Russia are gathered. They are gathered to hear from each other. Can we know now your agenda, the upcoming events, for instance, partnership, as far as concerning communication or journalism area, or cultural events or copy events? Thank you.
If I understood it well, you asked for why can't we ban also Western media on the Russian territory? This is the question? Yeah? Ah. So this is another question.
Alors, terre à terre, madame, et quand vous prenez aujourd'hui l'Allemagne, moi, en temps en Guinée, il y a ces jeunes qui ont créé des centres d'apprentissage. L'Allemand aujourd'hui s'apprend à Conakry.
Ah, donc vous parlez
Le chinois s'apprend à Conakry. L'anglais aujourd'hui, plusieurs centres. Alors, on a même tendance à dire que le chinois devient progressivement la langue business derrière l'anglais. Qu'est-ce qui retient, qu'est-ce qui vous retient?
Rien. Et personne, en fait.
La Russie a entrepris à explorer les mêmes approches parce que plusieurs centaines d'étudiants quittent chez vous. Est-ce que vous n'allez pas créer ces réseaux entre les étudiants sortant de chez vous qui sont dans les pays africains pour pouvoir, n'est-ce pas, tenir ou entretenir quelques centres d'apprentissage dans la Russie?
Mais vous savez, dans beaucoup de pays africains, il existe déjà des centres d'apprentissage de russe. Normalement, c'est organisé par des maisons russes. Ça s'appelle la maison russe. Et ça doit exister aussi en Guinée. Je ne sais pas si... peut-être que vous n'êtes pas au courant, mais surtout dans les pays francophones de l'Afrique, je pense que ce genre d'organisations sont déjà très répandues. Et eux, ils proposent ces cours de russe aux Guinéens, aux Camerounais et à tout le monde, en fait. Et vous pouvez, avec votre enfant, aller et écouter ces training courses de russe. Et comme ça, donc, bientôt, on espère aussi, on va voir certains
beaucoup peut-être, beaucoup de gens, d'Africains parlant russe. Et ça n'empêche aussi d'envoyer, on augmente, si vous connaissez, on augmente les quotas pour les étudiants africains qui viennent en Russie pour étudier. Et même s'ils font leurs études, je sais pas, en géologie ou en d'autres filières techniques, ils devraient parler russe. Donc, ils apprennent le russe. Et ça, c'est aussi une voie à apprendre la langue. Et je pense que déjà parmi vous, il y a des gens qui ont étudié pendant, il y a quelques années, pendant l'Union soviétique, peut-être, le russe là-bas. Oui. Et ici, on a beaucoup d'Éthiopiens qui parlent russe et c'est toujours un plaisir pour nous d'écouter. Ils parlent très, très bien. Voilà.
Deuxième question, est-ce que tout cette rencontre, j'ai vu l'attente, c'est la consolidation de cette amitié. Est-ce qu'au-delà, vous allez garder cette fibre sociale, cette fibre professionnelle, en explorant certainement l'approche de partenariat avec les médias? Est-ce que déjà vous l'avez emprunté ou bien vous comptez l'élargir?
Vous voudriez peut-être que ma collègue traduise? Non? Ok. Elle ne veut pas, de toute façon. Et là, vous parlez des médias. Donc, si jamais les gens qui apprennent le russe veulent après travailler pour nous et avec d'autres médias africains, oh, c'est pas ça.
Non, c'est pas la question.
Okay, répétez,
vous développez ou vous entretenez, vous nourrissez assez de chaînes, hein, celle de la puissance, n'est-ce pas, russe. Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, un exemple, lorsque vous réunissez un panel de médias comme celui-ci, est-ce qu'après cette rencontre ou à l'avenir, vous comptez, n'est-ce pas, consolider votre représentativité dans les mêmes pays africains, dans le monde médiatique? Vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure, il y a les correspondants dans les pays. Je ne sais pas, en Guinée, qui peut être votre correspondant. Je pense que le même principe est valable, que si vous l'avez fait, d'augmenter et de rester en contact avec quelques médias.
Oui, bien sûr. On élargit le nombre de partenariats. On a déjà des douzaines de partenariats avec les médias, les radios, les télés et les agences d'information africaines. Oui, et bien sûr, on développe le réseau des correspondants. Et notre but est d'élargir notre présence avec tous ces outils, avec l'ouverture de nouvelles représentations, des bureaux, avec notre correspondent net, and so on.
Okay. Our brother was asking after this meeting or this forum, what next? So that's one question.
One of his questions that I'm French proficient, so I have to ask. I didn't get an answer when you were speaking. So his question, from what I gathered, would you match the English boot for boot in reaching out to the African audience, setting up radio stations, expanding stations like Sputnik into other areas? And you mentioned West Africa, where 3 of the countries have already exited ECOWAS. Would you come there? I'm asking this because I know
we are already here.
Yeah, that's to the east, but there's a lot happening in the west.
We are there. We have our correspondents there. We broadcast our programs, radio programs there. So yes, I think we have almost everything that a journalist needs from the ground, you know. And speaking about the previous question, please let me answer one more time. For me, personally, I would like to exchange contacts with everybody. And I think that it could serve all of us in the future to build partnerships with your media, maybe to work with your also correspondents, and to share our content, to exchange our content. This is the aim, as I perceive it. maybe for my colleagues it's something. So I wanted to add something to your questions. First of all, about languages. Personally, I studied in one of the best universities in Russia. It's Moscow State Institute for International Relations. We had a lot of different languages that are being taught there, and Swahili is one of the most interesting. We have a great African club there, and Russian students who are interested in knowing more about Russia or about Africa. And we have more and more students each year that start to learn this language. And starting from the last year, we also have a lot of African students. It was a surprise for all of us because it's the university mainly for Russian students who want to work as diplomats in Russia. But now also the African students have an opportunity to make internships there and to study the whole year long. So we really build up our connections to African countries. And as a representative of Task News Agency, I would also add that starting from the year 2023, we've opened 2 correspondent bureaus in Africa. They are in Nairobi and in Harare, and we are planning to open 5 or 6 more. Unfortunately, it's a hard job, so we have to work. There need to be some money. It's bureaucracy also, but the fact that this process isn't stopped and it's building up is clear. So the last 2 years have shown that Russia has interested in working with African countries on in different directions, as for academia and for journalists as well. Yeah, and maybe you also have any other questions concerning this topic or any other.
Okay. Mrs. Budanova said a few minutes ago that Sputnik, we can find Sputniks in 7 countries. Amongst the country you have named or mentioned Cameroon. From what I'm seeing, students, Cameroonian students, are interested by Russian information, and sometimes they are doing some research on Russian media. Now, my question is the following. Where to find your bureau? Where to find you? Because you have said in Cameroon, do you have any address? The access of your sources, the access of human resources is not easy for let me say we have the chance, we are journalists, we are coming here. What about those students, those Cameroonian students?
Thank you very much. When I spoke about our presence in Cameroon, I meant, and I spoke about our radio presence. We put our radio programs on a local radio station. It means that we produce this content. We don't need to be set in this country to produce this content. We have a team composed of different journalists from different African countries. We have, for example, a podcaster, a host from Chad. We have a host from Algeria, and so on. All of them work on this content. Yeah, in French, for example. In English, it's another kind of correspondents and journalists from the other countries, African countries. But what I mean, now we don't need to be physically somewhere to show you our presence. With capacities that we have now, we can just put our radio content on your local station and it can be heard. Also, we can hire only one correspondent who will answer all our questions about what we need. He can move around the country, he can film, he can take interviews and so on. But we always can speak with students and discuss with them and maybe to give them more knowledge about AI, technical issues of journalism within our training programs that we have. And we practice it also not only face-to-face, but also now after the COVID-19, you know, the practices on Zoom, online conferences, so it's not a problem. And for example, if you have an idea of such kind of training courses that students need, we can discuss and we can organize it on the topic that you need.
Puisque quelque chose me revient, vous avez parlé tout à l'heure de fake news. Là, cette stratégie de traiter l'info, c'est à des motivations personnelles, puisqu'on veut atteindre l'effet personnel contre l'autre. C'est ça, fake news. Et quand vous prenez l'Afrique aujourd'hui, dans le monde médiatique, c'est que, je peux dire, la France n'a pas pris l'Afrique en otage. Lorsque vous prenez la sphère médiatique, France 24, TV7, RFI, Jeune Afrique, ce qui veut dire que l'Africain ne se nourrit aujourd'hui que de toute information provenant de ces médias. Alors, vous voulez bien être entendu en Afrique, vous voulez bien que vos actions soient accompagnées en Afrique, mais quelle est la chaîne en russe qui peut aujourd'hui émettre en Afrique en français et que les Africains soient accrochés? C'est pourquoi j'ai parlé tout à l'heure de pluralité de voix. De pluralité de voix, tout à l'heure.
Tout à l'heure, et en fait, j'ai soulevé cette question en disant que, par exemple, la Confédération des États du Sahel, ils ont tous interdit les médias français. Et maintenant, ils ont leurs médias à eux et ils ont nous, en français, Arte en français et Sputnik Afrique. Et ils utilisent beaucoup notre contenu. On voit les citations dans leurs médias, on les cite aussi de notre part. Donc, c'est ça l'exchange, échange d'informations, vous voyez. Et il n'y a pas de problème là-dessus. Donc, on peut interviewer les officiers de ces pays-là, on peut diffuser ce contenu qui va être repris par ces pays-là et par leurs médias. Ça n'empêche pas de développer notre collaboration niveau information, vous voyez. Donc, je peux dire que là, nous allons remplacer les médias français. Et c'est ce que les médias français eux-mêmes disent. Ils nous reprochent de travailler là-bas et d'être interdits de leur côté. Voilà. J'espère que j'ai répondu.
Thank you, Aki. As you know, the world is changing in a blink of an eye. In today's world, AI is continuously shaping how the news produced and consumed. And also, in the whole world, journalists are increasingly using AI tools for different purposes. For example, for fact-checking, for generating reports, for voiceovers, video production, even for a news anchor. We do have a media here who use AI news anchor. So at the same time, there is also ethical concerns regarding misinformation and bias. And also parallel, we can't say I don't use technology because it's changing every day. We can't distance ourselves from technology. So my question is, I know Russia's universities are working hard in the sectors, in the AI sectors. As a Russian media, what kind of AI tools you're using right now for a newsroom? That is my first question. And my second question is that in what ways AI enhance our reporting while maintaining integrity while maintaining journalistic integrity. And third question is, what are your recommendations? It can be any AI tools that will help us while reporting. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I will start answering it, although I will add that Victoria is the specialist in AI tools, and yes, and she will give a workshop to you tomorrow, specifically on the topic of AI. From my side, I can only admit that the media in Russia nowadays are rather conservative, all in all, and the AI is only starting. We don't have broadcasting, we don't have newsrooms, we only write articles, news pieces, and as for me, I wouldn't trust AI writing for me. We tried it many times in our department, but then we found out that it's not what we need for our feed, for our news feed. At the same time, there are some AI tools that can help us to check information. For example, when we see pictures, even if we don't speak only about AI, but about the technologies overall, we can use Google Images for fact-checking and other different tools. And I have to admit that the best option for me to use AI in my work, this is where AI helps me a lot, is when I write some letters to different people. So it's really stylistically very correct, works correct. So maybe you'll try it someday. Although I can write all the letters myself, he just a little bit, yeah, more specifically correct, stylistically correct. And as I work mainly with texts, no pictures, no videos, so that's it. And other tool that we also use in our work is when we have interviews, we talk to our speakers and we have audio, and then we have to transfer it into texts. And we use these tools, AI tools that help to transfer it. We have them in Telegram, and we have also websites that are very used by our news agency. It helps to save time. That's it. And it's interesting also to know whether African news channels use AI nowadays, and for which purposes, and how, and which tools. Maybe you have some ideas.
This is the topic for tomorrow, I think, because we are short of time. I think you are tired, and we are too. 6 p.m. That's why we need to conclude this conversation. It was very enriching for us. I hope for you too. Just maybe to highlight some important points that we've discussed. The challenges that our media meets altogether for now. Everybody spoke about language barrier. We have already discussed it, and we have maybe found some answers already. We have also discussed how to counter propaganda in the context of unfair information fights. This is the question maybe for tomorrow too, because it's a very difficult question. And in the context of sanctions and restrictions imposed against our media, Russian media on the West, maybe we need to search, to look for our own platforms to develop with you, African journalists, where we can put our content, yours and ours, and we can show it to our audiences in different languages. So this is the question also for tomorrow. Maybe you can think it over. Also, maybe Anna will continue.
So thank you very much for your engagement, that you dare to speak to us and to state questions and to answer these questions. We're very glad to have this direct communication that maybe
will help us to make our work better in the next days and years. And so we hope you will have time and energy to work tomorrow. So have a nice evening. And now, me personally, I would like to give my business card to the journalist present here. So let's benefit from 10 minutes that we have till the end of this session. Thank you very much. Dear participants, we would like to ask you to take a photo together here as well, okay? So, and after that, if you need, you may continue this business communication